All right, we're good whenever you guys are.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the May 26, 2026 meeting of the Upper Darby Township Zoning Hearing Board. We apologize for getting started a little bit late tonight, but let's actually get started with the Pledge of Allegiance, if everyone can please join me.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, before we get started on the agenda tonight, have a few brief announcements. First, to start, the board met in a brief executive session before tonight's meeting to discuss legal issues related to this evening's applications. There are no continuances, so all of the items on the agenda, and there are 5, will be heard tonight, and they will be heard in the order in which they appear on the agenda. If we have any copies left, apologize if we don't. We have quite a crowd tonight. Printing more, okay. Those will be placed in the front corner of the room so everyone can get copies if you'd like. For those who do not have the agenda, the order tonight, there are 5 applications. The first will be 731 Laurel Lane. The second is 739 Secan Avenue. Third is 1418 Bywood Avenue. The fourth is 155 Garrett Road. And fifth is 7800 West Chester Pike. That's the order, and that's the order we will be going in tonight. A few brief other announcements regarding how this meeting is going to function. So for everyone who is an applicant, a witness, or an attorney for the applicant, we have a 3-member board this evening. The Upper Darby Township Zoning Hearing Board is typically a 3-member board, so all members are present. They're sitting to the left of me. I am not a member of the Zoning Hearing Board. I am the solicitor for the board who is tasked with giving legal advice and helping to make the hearing move a little bit more smoothly. So for any applicant, you will need, I believe we just have more copies of the agenda that have just arrived. So for any applicant, for whatever relief that you're seeking tonight, you will need at least 2 or 3 affirmative votes. If you don't get at least 2 affirmative votes, then whatever relief you're asking for will be denied, just so you know. For anyone who is not an applicant or a witness this evening, you can participate in the hearing. There are 2 separate ways. First, any member tonight can make what is called public comment. At the end of each particular application, I will make the announcement for anyone in attendance who would like to say anything good, bad, or indifferent related to any application this evening. You would come to the lectern, state your name, and then tell the board whatever you would like in terms of your opinion of this application or what you would like the board to do by chance. If you feel alternatively that you have a more specialized or direct interest in an application, typically that's due to the property's close proximity to your property, you can request what is called party status. If you request party status and are granted it by this board, you will then be able to essentially function as an attorney. You'll be able to cross-examine witnesses, introduce evidence, produce evidence and testimony of your own, and importantly, if you don't like the decision of this board, you can take that appeal up to the Court of Common Pleas. But again, if you would like to participate in a more informal way, like I said, everyone here will be able to make public comment at the end of each particular application. So with that, like I said, we're going to go in the order in which the applications appear, and the first will be application number 5-2 of 26 for John Paul Raymond, 731 Laurel Lane. If the applicant is in attendance, you can please come on up. All right. Good evening, sir. Do me a favor. Do you mind introducing yourself and being sworn in by our court reporter?
Can you raise your hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give the truth?
Yes.
Neither name.
Jean Paul Raymond.
All right. Mr. Raymond, before you get started here, just going to mark a few exhibits for the record. We're going to have
Sure.
ZHB1, which is going to be the application package. ZHB2 will be the proof of posting, and ZHB3 will be the proof of publication. Mr. Raymond, now is your chance to just tell the board a little bit about what you're trying to do, a little bit about your property, and then don't worry if you forget something, we'll be more than happy to ask any questions if we need to fill in any gaps.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. I purchased the property on December 23rd, 2021. At the time of purchase, I was not aware the existing fence extended beyond the property line. After obtaining a survey, I learned that the fence encroaches on the neighbor's property. The fence was already in place prior to my ownership and appears to have been an existing condition of the property for some time. It was installed to provide privacy and security for the property and is consistent with other residential fencing in the surrounding neighborhood. My request is simply to maintain the fence in its current location. The encroachment was not created by me, and I only became aware of the issue after the survey was completed. Requiring removal or relocation of the fence would create an unnecessary financial hardship and would remove an improvement that long existed as part of the property. The fence does not impact traffic, parking, or the character of the neighborhood. I respectfully request that the board consider granting relief that would allow the fence to remain where it is, where it currently exists. I'm also willing to work cooperatively with the neighboring property owner and the township to address the encroachment through any agreement or solution that may be appropriate.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Raymond. Now, before the board asks questions, and I have one or two, I have here a written request for party status from, I believe it's Binha, B-I-N-H-A, or B-I-N-H space H-A, and Elizabeth, don't know how to pronounce that. Rafalaf, R-A-F-A-L-A-F. Okay. And do you mind doing me a favor? Can you come up to the lectern real quick? All right, Mr. Raymond, sorry, can you just move over for a little bit? I just need to ask a few questions here. Good evening, ma'am. Where is your property with respect to Mr. Raymond's property?
The fence, we are his next door neighbor. The fence is currently on our property.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, I would recommend that the board grant the party status in this particular instance, but it's ultimately the board's decision.
Motion to grant status.
Grant status approved.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. You have party status. If you don't mind just having a quick seat, we're going to have some additional questions for Mr. Raymond. Then you'll have an opportunity to ask any. Okay? Is there anyone else who would like party status with respect to this application? Okay. Seeing none. So, Mr. Raymond, I just want to make sure I understand this. You purchased the property, I believe you said in 2023?
December 2021.
Oh, sorry, 2021, December of 21. When you purchased the property, was there a fence on the property or substantially in the same position that this fence is?
Yes,
When did you replace the fence?
that's around summer 2022.
So around summer of 2022, is it fair to say you removed the old fence and put this new fence up? Is that right?
Yes,
And is that the fence that we see in the photographs that you submitted as part of your application?
yes,
Like the white vinyl fence?
yes,
Now, that fence, it's your understanding it's on your neighbor's property at 730 Cricket. Is that right?
I was not aware until the professional survey was done.
So I just want to make sure I understand here. I know you didn't know that at the time. Do you now believe it's on their property, or are you fighting
Yes.
that? It is?
Yes,
Okay. And you're asking for relief to keep it in that particular spot. Is that right?
or move it to my spot with the same length.
Okay, so either keep it where it is or move it to the property line, and you're asking for relief for that, correct?
Yes,
Okay. I don't have any further questions, but the members of the zoning hearing board might. Okay?
yes, thank you.
Well, he's asking to move it back to where it belongs. So it's that just.
Yeah, but around the bend would it block oncoming traffic? What is the height of the fence that you want to put in?
6 foot?
6 foot?
Yes,
And again, just to make sure I understand, the fence is there now, right?
yes,
You just want to move it to your property line and keep it at that spot, correct?
yes.
Okay. All right. All right. The party status time. Miss, I don't want, Falafel and Ha, either of you or both of you can come on up. And Mr. Raymond, if you can, I think we have, I think the microphone might work here. All right.
So you can hang out over here.
Okay.
All right, folks, you can please come across to the mic or the lectern. Do me a favor, introduce yourself and be sworn in by our court reporter.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Rafaloff.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you
Yes. And my name is Bin Ha.
do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give
Yes.
So right now, technically speaking, is your chance to ask questions of Mr. Raymond, but we had you sworn in case you want to make a statement as well. Based upon Mr. Raymond's application, it seems like he wants to take the fence that is installed now and move it back to his property line. So with regard to that proposal, what questions, if any, do you have for Mr. Raymond, or do you just want to make a statement yourselves?
I don't believe we have any questions.
I do.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Our property is on a corner. And with being a corner property, we have certain code and regulations concerning fencing that we must abide by, including visibility and access to the stop sign at the corner of the street. Is that going to be addressed with Mr. Raymond's fence? As it sits right now, it's impeding visibility coming through. And several neighbors have told us that it's impeding visibility since it has been erected.
All right, so this particular part of the hearing is for questions for Mr. Raymond, but I do think that's a relevant issue. So I think I'm going to ask Mr. Chast, our zoning officer, to respond to that if possible.
So the fence would have to be set back at least 1 foot from the right-of-way. And I am assuming that as we're moving further from that corner, right, because it's kind of shaped like a pie, the actual property line, that site triangle will get larger as it goes back. So I'd like to think that that should be addressed by the move itself. I guess my question would be for the applicant, Mr. Raymond, if you were to move the fence in, a foot or two, right, would that be further than it is right now, or would that be at the same location?
A foot or two back,
From the sidewalk, from the right-of-way?
that'll leave in an open, open shed area.
I guess, let me clarify my question. If it would be, how far is the fence right now from the sidewalk?
More than a foot.
Okay, so it sounds like it's,
I didn't hear the answer.
Sorry, more than a foot.
so more than a foot. Sounds like it should be compliant, and as long as we're moving back, it should be okay. But also, site visibility is to the satisfaction of the zoning officer.
We disagree with that. It's meeting the sidewalk.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. You're going to have a chance in a moment to make, no, it's okay. It's all right. I understand. Do you have any other questions perhaps for Mr. Raymond, or do you just want to give your own remarks? All right, perfect. All right, so with that, now is your opportunity to make whatever statements you'd like to the board for the board's consideration.
Thank you. So we don't mind if Mr. Raymond has a fence. We just want to ensure that it is not on our property. We did have a survey done. We have it with us, and it's currently at the endpoint 20 feet into our property. So we do want to be sure that it is in fact moved off of our property and onto his property. Additionally, the fence is 6 feet all the way from his backyard to the front, and it does touch the curb. So sightlines are a concern for us, as it's something that many people in the neighborhood have voiced, and there are a lot of children in the neighborhood, including Mr. Raymond's own. One other comment to make is that the fence was erected actually in April of 2023. I have some photos of text messages of when I found out that our fence was removed, because our existing fence that separated our properties, which was fully on our property, was removed without our permission and without notice. So we only found out once I got a text from a neighbor asking me if I knew that the fence was being removed. So to summarize, only comments from me are that we want to ensure that the fence is moved onto Mr. Raymond's property, it doesn't inhibit sightlines. And also, I forgot one other thing, is that it's correctly placed because currently there aren't any concrete footings in the fence poles. So it's caused the fence to blow over, which he has attributed to us, which it's not. So again, sorry, to summarize, we want the fence moved onto his property. We want sightlines addressed. We want the fence to be placed properly so it is secure by a licensed and insured contractor and approved by the township would be ideal. And then just clarifying that the fence that did exist was removed without our notice or permission, and that was in April of 2023. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
I agree with this amendment. I don't care if Mr. Raymond has a fence on his front yard property. I just don't want it on our property.
Fair enough. At this point, the board might have questions for you as a party to the case.
I had one question regarding where the fence ends. Since the fence was installed in, I guess, April 2023 per your testimony, has it been extended towards the right-of-way or the curb since then from when it was initially installed?
No, but originally it was a chain link fence and it was 4 feet. So there was still visibility since people could see through it.
So
And
the installation in 2023 was when it was extended?
No, so the fence was originally, it did go all the way to there. The fence was removed and replaced by Mr. Raymond with a 6-foot privacy fence in 2023. So that's where the difference in sightlines came from.
Okay.
Yeah.
At the 2023 installation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Raymond, who installed the fence?
A fencing contractor?
So when he bought the property, it didn't show the property line on the sales agreement?
On the deed, it did, yes.
And does it match the survey that you just conducted?
Yes.
Miss Falafel, was it?
Raffle laugh.
Raffle. Well, sorry, didn't get dinner tonight, so that's my excuse. Ma'am, do you have you mentioned you have a copy of the survey?
Yes.
Do you mind if you pass that up to us so we can take a look?
We have several.
Behind you.
Additional copies. This was done by Damon Associates, the original engineers for the. Yes. So this is the new one with the original fence. And these are the original ones.
All right, for record purposes here, all right? So Ms. Raffaloff was very kind enough to provide us with I'm going to say a 3-page document here. The first is a copy of a survey of 730 Cricket Lane. The second is a copy of the tax map with the lot highlighted. And the third is what looks like, I believe, the original plot from the subdivision with also 730 highlighted. So we're going to mark this as Exhibit R1. All right. And it's much appreciated. The board will take this into consideration.
I do have a comment, if that's okay, about the contractors that were used.
What was that?
I do have a comment about the contractors that were used for the erection of the April 2023 fence.
Sure.
There were actually 3 separate contractors that did the work. There was one team of contractors that did the backyard, and then 2 separate individuals that removed the fence that is his front yard, still in our backyard.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Executive session?
Thank you very much. Is there any public comment related to application 5-2 for 731 Laurel Lane? Okay. All right, so at this point, the board is going to close public comment. We're going to close the record, and the board's going to take a moment back in executive session to discuss the application. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, guys. Let me run down real quick. Just make sure you take it off.
All right, everyone, let the record reflect the board has returned from a brief executive session to discuss the application. At this point, I believe a motion is in order.
I make a motion to approve the application, subject to the zoning officer's confirmation that there's no sightline issues.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, congratulations, Mr. Raymond. Your application has been approved under that condition. You'll receive a written decision from my office in 45 days, and to the parties as well. You will also receive a copy of my written decision in 45 days to the address that you provided us. Thank you very much. Hope you have a good night. Next application is number 5-4 of 26 for Benson Ta for the property at 739 Secan Avenue. Is the applicant here for 739? Yeah. All right, come on up, folks. While the applicant's making their way to the lectern, is there anyone here who would like to request party status with regard to this application? All right, seeing none. Folks, do me a favor. Introduce yourselves and be sworn in by our court reporter. Anyone who's going to be talking.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Are both of you going to be speaking tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Can I have your name?
Closer.
Franklin Zipen.
Can you spell that for me?
Franklin, Franklin.
And last name?
Zipen, Ndipen.
B-E-N?
Pen. Yeah.
Thank you. And your name, please?
Benson Mulu.
Your name's on the application?
Yeah.
I got it. Thank you.
All right, let me just mark a few exhibits here for the record. ZHB1 will be the application package. ZHB2 will be the proof of posting, and ZHB3 will be the proof of publication. All right, folks, whichever one of you is going to be talking first. It's okay, Mr. I just want to make sure I'm pronouncing this correctly so I don't butcher your name like I did the last folks. Mr. Indipin?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, do me a favor, explain to the board what you're trying to accomplish tonight, what relief you're asking for. Don't, stress out. If you miss anything, we can always ask questions if we need additional information.
Okay. Good evening, board members. My name is Franklin Zipen, and I'm here with Benson Mulu. Benson has been in Delaware County for about 20 years plus now. He's doing business in Delaware County. We run grocery stores, and we've had the need to expand. We needed a warehouse, a place that we could expand our business. So we acquired this property. From the previous owner, they used it as a warehouse. Then later when he retired, he couldn't run it no more. They rented it out for a daycare. So when we bought the property, it was being used as a daycare, but we want to reuse it as a warehouse like it was before. So that's the reason why we are here today.
All right, thank you very much. I just have a few questions to clarify some details. So you're saying before it was a daycare, it's your understanding it was previously used as a warehouse?
Yeah.
Okay. Now the warehouse you're proposing, is it going to be for the used, are you going to use the entire building as a warehouse or just the first floor, or are you not sure?
The entire building.
And is it just going to be for your business, or are you going to have any other tenants in there?
Single business.
All right, and that's going to be your business?
Exactly.
What's the name of your business?
Farmers International Grocery.
Can you repeat that?
Farmers International Groceries.
And it's a,
I'm sorry. Can you spell it for me?
Farmers.
Farmers?
Yeah.
so
Is there anything else? Farmers grocery?
international grocery. Sure. So I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm guessing Farmers International Grocery is a grocery store?
Yeah.
All right. So are you going to be storing, I guess, food products in the warehouse?
Exactly.
And now, can you explain to me, are you going to have any employees there, or is it just going to be passive storage that you're going to access when you need to?
We're gonna have employees there.
All right. How many employees are going to be working at the warehouse?
Minimum 15.
And what are going to be your hours of operation?
We operate 8 a.m. in the morning, and we close 8 p.m.
And is that every day of the week, including weekends, or just Monday to Friday?
Every day of the week.
And with regard to deliveries, how often are you going to get deliveries to the warehouse, and how often are you going to do pickups from the warehouse? If you can estimate.
Every single day, I think.
And is this going to be open to the public or not?
Yeah, open to the public.
So is this going to also be a grocery store that people can come into and visit and buy things from, or is this just a warehouse for your other stores?
Warehouse for other stores and grocery.
Okay, so it's going to be it's a grocery store in addition to the warehouse. Okay. So I guess my question is how is that going to look on the property? Is the first floor going to be all open to the public, and is the second floor going to be warehousing, or are you going to divide off the first floor? Like, how do you see that happening?
The first floor is going to be all open to the public. The second floor is going to be just warehousing.
Okay, so the warehousing is going to, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is the warehousing going to be basically accessory or secondary to the grocery store? Like, you're going to have a grocery store you're operating and people can come in and go to, and then you're going to have storage in the building for what you're selling at the grocery store.
Exactly.
Is the storage in the warehouse, is that also going to be used for other grocery stores that you have? Are you going to be taking items and sending them out to other grocery stores too, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, I understand. Now I understand. Now, the 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. hours, is that for all the operations, the warehouse and the grocery store together, or just one or the other?
All.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, but the board might have some. Okay.
Okay.
Where's your parking going to be?
We have a parking at the back of the building. It's about 20 spaces. 20
How many
cars.
parking spaces will you have for the people coming up to buy groceries?
There's a parking space at the back of the building, I think big enough.
How many spaces?
I don't have them offhand, but I think it should be like 20.
And is that lot going to be used for both employees and for customers, or only for customers?
Customers.
So where will the employees park? You said 15 employees?
Yeah.
Where will they park? Do you have a floor plan of the building as it is right now, or as you intend to use it?
We have a floor plan. We don't have it here with us, but we do have a floor plan.
Because currently the ground level, you said is, I guess the most recent use is the daycare for the ground level?
Yeah,
And that's the level where I guess the grocery aspect
yeah,
is supposed. So you'll have to presumably do like interior work to convert it from a daycare to a grocery store, probably.
exactly.
Are you getting plans done for that, or
Yeah, plans done already.
do you want to share that with us?
Yeah, we do have the plans, maybe not here with us. Yeah, so copy.
Well, while our zoning officer is looking to confirm if we've received any plans, I think the board might still have some questions.
So Is the food going to be, where are you going to put the dumpsters?
I think there's space for dumpsters.
Okay. How big of trucks are you going to be bringing in?
Vans, mostly.
So 52-foot long trucks, about 28 pallets on a truck,
Nah,
nothing that big?
No,
Well, you're
not that big.
Operating 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. So do you have any logistics plans?
still working on those.
Okay. Refrigeration?
Yeah.
So are you going to have any perishable food?
Come again?
Perishable food?
Yeah.
Meat, chicken, eggs?
And for the record, there was a full-size copy of what appear to be architectural plans submitted with the application. We will mark these as ZHB 4, just so the record is clear. And apologies in advance, but give the board just a quick second to take a look at these, and I'm sure they'll have some questions for you.
Yeah, the driveway. Number of employees put on nga.
Is this the original set? Like, these are the original set of plans, right? Like, you don't have this on a PDF?
PDF copy we should have.
Okay.
So can I ask some just operational follow-up questions? Is there currently a freight elevator that goes to the second floor?
Nah,
There's not a freight elevator that goes to the second floor?
no.
But the second floor is the warehouse use, correct? You said the markets on the grocery or markets on the first floor
First
and then
floor.
the warehouse use is on the second floor?
Both first and second floor, if I said.
Well, talk me through,
If you look at the
if you get
plans,
if you're getting a warehouse delivery, right?
Yeah.
You have, I imagine, a loading dock, correct?
yeah, there's a loading dock on site presently.
Okay. That loading dock,
Yeah.
you're getting warehouse deliveries in bulk, I'm presuming. How are you getting that to the second floor if there's no freight elevator?
Most of the items that we will be on the first floor because we have a bigger space in the back. Attached to the building, if you look on the plans, you're going to see there's a bigger space where we plan to do the cold storage. So most of the delivery it's most likely frozen food. Yeah.
Hang on here. I'm going to cut you off real quick. I just want to make sure we're understanding of this because I'm looking at your proposed floor plans that we marked as ZHB4, and I do not see an area that will be open to the public grocery store. It looks like your first floor is all storage. There's some designated walk-in coolers that are somewhat substantial, and then the second floor appears to be office space and maybe some additional ancillary storage. I do not see a part of this that's going to be open to the public. Where, and it might be okay if you can come up here and point to us on the plan where you expect to have the grocery store here that people are going to come in and customers are going to come into. So why don't we do that if that's okay? Can you come on up?
Yeah.
All right, perfect.
Could you just, while you're up there, if you speak, just please speak into the mic.
So basically on the plans right here, we have the entrance to the store. Here we have a walk-in box for a cooler. Then the space that we have around here is for the grocery store. The space we have behind here is a walk-in cooler for frozen food.
Okay, so when the plan says open storage area and warehouse distribution, what that's really going to be is the grocery store area. It's going to be an open area. You're going to have various fixtures there for people to come and get their food, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, the walk-in cooler over there to the top of the plan, to the bottom on your side, that's going to be pure storage. Is that
Yeah,
right?
pure storage, yeah.
Okay. All right. Now I'm understanding a little bit more. I just want to make sure the board knows what your business is going to look like.
Okay.
Perfect. If the board has any questions based on that.
Sorry, we just didn't get this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's not your.
Not yours.
All right. You can go back to the lectern. Appreciate it. I don't think the board has any other questions. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to make public comment related to this application? Yes, ma'am. Come on up. All right. Folks, you could just move over to the side for me.
Hi, Laura Wentz, resident of Upper Darby. Do you need my address? Okay. So thank you for the question about the freight elevator. If there's no freight elevator, is there an elevator that goes up? And it sounded like that while you were looking at the plans, they were talking to him about, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, I apologize. That the storage, that there is no freight elevator to go upstairs. So the storage he talked about, the warehouse being upstairs is not really a warehouse upstairs. So that's concerning. I'm concerned about if there's really enough parking in their parking lot. I'm concerned about plantings. If the daycare is going away, then the space that's in the front that is the play area for the kids, is there space for trees and so forth to go in because of the, are we still doing 70% of permeable or 30% of permeable surface as part of the one, as part of the equation for, because it's, you know, I don't know if it falls under new construction, but I know that it, you know, it'd be great to get some trees and so forth up for landscaping around that building, but also making sure there's enough parking for everyone. And the freight elevator is a concern if they are going to store stuff up there. And is there an elevator instead of a freight elevator? So those were my concerns.
Thank you very much. Is there any further public comment related to this application? All right. Seeing none, at this point, we'll close the record, and it's up to the board if it would like to make a motion.
Let's have a session.
So we're going to take a moment and discuss this in executive session. So we'll go off the record and be right back. All right, thank you for your patience. Apologies for the delay. Okay, so with the applicant, do me a favor, can you come back up here? Sorry to make you come on back up. All right, so at this point, the board would actually like to continue this matter to our agenda next month if you're agreeable. The reason why is obviously we're just finding out now that this is going to be both a grocery store and warehousing, whereas based upon the plans, we thought it was just warehousing before. And the reason why that's important is between now and our hearing next month, you're going to have to talk to Josh in his office to confirm exactly how much area is grocery, how much area is warehousing, because you might need a parking variance, okay? And you might need other relief depending on exactly how you're going to use the property. So we don't want to make a decision on your application today and then have you have to file a separate application in the future if necessary. So it's probably better for us to get the full picture for what you're trying to do here from a zoning perspective. And it's probably better for you as well, so that you might not have to file a second application. So what I would ask, are you agreeable to a continuance to our June 23rd, 2026 meeting?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it would be held in this room, June 23rd, 7 o'clock. If the board is agreeable to that, I do not believe we need some sort of a MPC extension. That's within our timelines here. So if you'd like to make a motion to accept the continuance to June 23rd, 2026 at 7 o'clock.
I'd like to make a motion.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, folks, thanks for coming out tonight. We will see you June 23rd. In the meantime, tomorrow, next week, sometime between now and then, sooner the better. Please reach out to Josh and Demetria, and they'll help you out in terms of if you need additional relief or whatnot. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next up is going to be application 5-3 of 26 for the Seawright Family LLC for 1418 Bywood Avenue. And while the applicant is approaching the lectern, I'm going to mark a few exhibits here. ZHB1 is going to be the application package. ZHB2 is going to be proof of posting, and ZHB3 is going to be the proof of publication. Good evening, sir. If you don't mind introducing and swearing in your witness, and then you can take it away.
Good evening.
Oh, actually, I cut myself off here. Is there anyone in the audience who would like public, or it's been a long day already, who would like party status related to this application? Okay, seeing none, all yours.
Give your full name to the court reporter so she'll swear you in.
Hello, my name is Margaret Seawright.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony
Yes.
have your name too as well? Also?
Yes, my name is John J. McCreesh III. My number is 4761. Here's my card. I have some exhibits for the board, which I'll hand up and give a copy to the court reporter, and I'll have them marked.
Did you say that was
All right, you told the board your full name. Where do you live?
We live in Drexel Hill, 530 Durham Road.
All right, and do you now operate a business in Upper Darby?
Yes, we do.
How many businesses do you operate?
2 currently.
And where are they?
One is in Drexel Hill, 2300 Garrett Road, and the other one is 1416 Bywood Avenue.
Now, this one at 1416 Bywood Avenue is Maggie's Playhouse. How long you been there?
I've been there 18 years,
All right, and the other one, when did you get that?
3 years ago, thanks to you guys.
Them.
Board.
And now what are you going to do? You already have this is a group of stores, is that correct?
Yes.
Along Bywood Avenue?
Yes, a few banks.
And the bank and the other store. And you have one of those stores, right?
Yes.
Who is your neighbor?
Michael was gone, and there are a few other banks or credit unions on our street as well.
So the Mosconis have been in the title business probably for 60 years in Upper Darby are retiring, right?
That is correct.
And did they come to you?
Yes, they did.
And what did they ask you to do?
They explained to us that they were retiring, and they asked us if we would be interested in purchasing their property. And, you know, we're definitely interested in expanding in Upper Darby. We've been doing childcare in Upper Darby for 18 years. And, you know, the building is connected to our current business. And we explained to them that we would be interested in doing that, but we would have to come to you guys today to figure out if it would be okay to get parking relief.
All right, so presently now you have no parking relief, right?
Currently, no.
Now, those stores have been there for how many years, if you know?
40, 50, 60 years.
And when they were built, there was no parking, right?
No, there's street parking.
How many employees do you have?
Currently, at my current location, I have 6 employees.
And how many more will come now if you buy the Moscone property?
Just an additional 2 more employees will be needed.
How do your employees get to work?
A lot of them are residents of Upper Darby, so they walk to work mainly.
All right, do you have public transportation close to your property?
Yes, the trolley stops directly across the street from our building.
All right, now, when you open the new location, how many more children will you have?
Between about 25 children, 25 additional children.
Now, you told me how that works. In the morning, you're open at what?
We open at 7 a.m. currently.
And what do? You said you picked up children, is that correct?
Yes, we do offer transportation to families who may need it in the area. We do pick up and drop off services.
Right. Now, of these 25 children, are all of them going to be new children, or are they going to be, what you told me they were what?
They will be extended family. What we would potentially do is we have families who are having babies. We have families who have other family members in the area and things like that. So it would allow us to care for more of the family, some of the families that we currently have that we are unable to service currently because of the space that we're currently full in our current location.
Right, so people come between 7:30 and 9:30 in the morning, is that correct?
That is correct.
Do they all come at once?
No, they do not.
How often do they come usually?
Well, we're open at 7 a.m. All the children are due in by 9:30 a.m. So they are allowed to come in. Well, they have scheduled timing. So some children scheduled time maybe 7 a.m. and some maybe 7:15, 7:30. So on and so forth until 9:30, which is the time where all the children are due to be in school.
Have you had any trouble with parking or complaints from the neighbors about parking in front of your place?
No, sir.
Is there parking directly across the street from your location?
There is.
And what is that, along the railroad track or the Red Arrow track?
Correct.
Now, in this package, which I'm going to mark and tell the zoning board about, there's a letter that you wrote. And who did you send that letter to?
I gave it to a lot of our families in the area and some of the neighboring businesses as well. It just kind of speaks to who we are and what we do and how long we've been in business.
Have you had any feedback, negative feedback from that letter?
No, not at all.
Did you speak to the local councilman?
Yes, my husband did actually.
And he was aware of your application?
Yes, he was.
I have no further questions. I'd just like to mark the exhibits or tell you what they are. The first is the floor plan. The second is the zoning permit application. The third is the use and occupancy application. 4th is the agreement of sale with Mr. Marconi. And 5 and 6 are their the certificate of organization, or EIN number showing you their LLC. The LLC being owned by her and her husband, Margaret Melvin Seawright. If the board has any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Those exhibits will be admitted as A1 through A6 collectively. Just one or two brief questions to clarify a few issues, and then the board will probably have its own questions. So I believe you mentioned that there's going to be approximately 25 new children you expect to be able to serve through this daycare, and you expect to have an additional 2 employees associated with that. Is that an accurate reflection of your testimony?
I would say yes, because what we're planning on doing is, childcare is based on ratios. So what we're planning on doing is doing after school. The ratio is 12-to-1 for school agers. So that could, 2 classrooms, that would work out, or 1 large classroom. Depending.
You predicted my next question. So in terms of the hours of, I guess, let me go back. What are your plans in terms of, are you going to use this 14-18 as a completely separate unit, separate building to 12-16, or do you plan to combine them together?
No, it will be a separate building.
Now, in terms of hours, would the general hours be reflective of 12 or 14-16 as you currently have, or would they be new and different?
They'll be pretty much the same, yes, 7 to 6 p.m., 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay, I don't have any further questions, but like I said, the board probably does.
Okay.
For the existing I guess 1416 is the existing location.
Yes.
For that one, you said there are 6 employees. How many kids do you serve in the existing?
30.
And are those kids school aged as well, or are they different ratio ages?
They're different ratio ages, yes.
What are the I guess the ratios for the existing building?
Infant to 12 years of age.
And for 1418, is that, I know it's going to stay a separate like physical building, but is it going to be one facility, or are you going to have like basically 2 separate facilities?
There'll be 2 separate facilities. Yes, I have to get a separate certificate of occupancy and everything for that particular location.
And so will 1418 be exclusive for school age? And
I will say that in the beginning, potentially it may, if we decide to do anything, it'll be preschool as well, because we offer free pre-K for young children. So if anything, we would, by the time the school agers come in, the pre-K children will be leaving, so it would be that sort of transition for the school.
okay.
And the ratio is similar, so 10-to-1, so.
Okay, that's exactly what I was going to ask. Okay.
Is there a ground floor or a basement floor?
Yeah, there's a basement. It's just for office and storage. So on the plans there. Office storage and mechanicals.
Will you be penetrating into the wall that exists now?
No,
No.
I don't think they'd like that.
And you closed on this property, or are you waiting to close on this property?
We're waiting for you to give us the approval.
Is there two exits in the basement?
There's 1 exit in the basement.
No children will be in the basement.
All right, I think that concludes the board's questions. Is there any public comment related to this application? All right, seeing none. So at this point, I believe we'll close the record and a motion may be appropriate.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Congratulations. You'll get a written decision from my office in 45 days. Have a good night.
See, that was nice and
Moving
cut and
on,
dry.
we're going to do application 5-526 for Momaduman Kazi Speedy Car Sales for the property at 155 Garrett Road. I'll mark a few exhibits here. ZHB1 is going to be the application package. ZHB2 is the proof of posting. ZHB3 is the proof of publication. Is there... is there any member of the public here this evening who would like to request party status with respect to application 5-5 for 155 Garrett Road?
Thank you.
Seeing none. All right. And we're in receipt of exhibits from the applicant numbered A1 through, drum roll, please.
That's okay.
What number are these through? A1 through, I see A6.
I think 7.
All right. Well, A1 through at least A7. These will be accepted.
Through.
Yeah, I believe it's A7.
A7 is
All
correct.
right. So we're going to mark these as applicants A1 through A7. They'll be submitted or admitted, obviously contingent on the applicant's testimony. Good evening, sir. Please introduce your client, and we'll be happy to hear what you got to say.
Good evening. My name is Mohammed Nouman Kazi.
Can you raise your right hand?
Yep.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony is the truth?
Correct.
And your name again?
Mohammed Nouman Kazi.
If the board, please, may I have about a 2-minute opening so we can understand and narrow the issues for this evening?
That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. There is currently existing a automobile shop, sales shop at 155 Garrett Road. It's been there since 2011. This board in 2011 granted relief to Veterans Motors to operate a used car lot. Veterans Motors was there for approximately 6 years. The patron of the, excuse me, not the patron, the patriarch of the Veteran Motors Group passed away. The business was then sold to Bottom Line Auto Exchange, which operated the same used car sales lot from 2017 to 2024. My client purchased the automobile shop in 2024. The issue here is we were cited with a notice of violation because we maintain a display area across the frontage of 155 Garrett. This board's decision in 2011, which generally by its order incorporated by reference to testimony, which indicated that there would be 10 display spots and 2 spots for customers. However, your decision and the order stayed in a file cabinet. Veteran Motors did not operate according to the decision. Veteran Motors had approximately 21 cars along the display. And this property is only, I'm going to say 500 feet from this building we're in tonight. And that display area operated by Veterans Motors lasted from 2011 to 2017. The successor, Bottom Line Auto Exchange, operated in the same fashion. They had a display area across the frontage of approximately 21 spaces. My client purchased that business in reliance on this historical use. He expended a great deal of money in the acquisition and a great deal of money in the improvement of the building. So we're asking tonight for relief in the alternative. We're asking that this board respectfully, that it consider amending its decision in 2011. That decision is attached as Exhibit A7 to permit the display of motor vehicles across the frontage. Alternatively, we're asking for a variance by estoppel. And a variance by estoppel generally has four elements. First element is a long period of municipal failure to enforce the law when the municipality knew or should have known of the violation, in conjunction with some active acquiescence in the illegal use. Number two, the landowner acted in good faith and relied innocently upon the validity of the use throughout the proceeding. 3, the landowner has made substantial expenditures in reliance upon his belief that his use was permitted. And lastly, number 4, denial of the variance would impose an unnecessary hardship on the appellant in this matter. I have one witness, and you were sworn in, so may we proceed? Thank you. What is your name and professional office?
So my name is Mohammed Oman Qazi. I'm the owner of Speedy Car Sales.
And what is the address of Speedy Car Sales?
It's 155 Garrett Road.
And what is your relationship to 155 Garrett Road? We'll call it the subject property.
Okay, so my relationship to the property is I'm basically leasing the property, operating the business. I've known this.
Are you a tenant?
I am a tenant, correct.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you just to take a look at a couple exhibits. A1 is your notice of violation that you received.
Mhm.
A2, what is A2?
It's the deed.
Go ahead, tell the board. Is this the deed for your property?
Correct.
And you're not the owner?
I'm not the owner.
You're a tenant?
I'm a tenant.
Is the deed an accurate copy of the deed that's recorded in Delaware County Recorder of Deeds?
Correct.
What is Exhibit 3?
So this is the commercial lease that I have in place?
Okay. And that is your name under the tenant?
Correct.
Okay. And you currently occupy the property pursuant to this lease?
Correct.
And you've occupied this property since August of 2024?
Correct.
You're required to pay rent?
Correct.
Now, generally, in my opening, I indicated to the board where the property is located. Can you be a little more detailed in terms of where it's located?
Oh, it's literally like 200 meters away from the Township building. So, I mean, it's right opposite the Islamic Center, right next to Lion Han Automobile. Opposite me, opposite the display area is A&E Construction as well.
Okay. Can you take a moment and describe the property? I'm going to direct your attention to an exhibit.
So,
Exhibit A4.
So it's like an irregular triangle. It's, so we have the building, and then we have the display area all along Garrett Road, which is 87 feet by 23 feet. And
Would the 23 feet be from the cartway to the interior of the property?
so 23 feet to the fence of the property.
Fence of the property. And the length of your frontage along Garrett Road is 87 feet?
87 feet.
Okay. And that's depicted on Exhibit A5.
Mhm.
In red, 23 feet from cartway to the fence?
Correct.
And then that travels from 87 feet north, I assume north to south?
Correct.
Do you know how large the property is generally?
In terms of size?
In terms of size?
We have it measured here, 87 by 23, and it narrows down to 10.7 feet towards the end.
Now, can you describe the improvements on the property?
So, when I initially took over, had the whole building repainted.
No, what's on the property?
It's a
What
used car
type of,
dealership.
you have buildings on the property?
There is one office building.
Okay.
There's 2 car garages that's there. And basically like 2 offices and restroom and 2 car garages.
Rest of the property is covered with blacktop?
Yeah, it's tarred up, so for display.
Okay. Do you know what the zoning of the property is?
C1.
C1? And could you please describe your particular use for this board?
So I'm a used car dealer. We buy and sell used cars, so that's what we do.
How did these cars get to your property?
They get transported
Transported by motor vehicle, truck?
by a truck.
And typically, how many cars are on a truck?
Depends on how many are purchased. Sometimes if it's one gets delivered. Sometimes a truckload, which can be up to 8 cars at a time.
Okay. Have you been familiar with this property prior to 2024?
Correct.
How so?
So my father-in-law and them used to live in Court Avenue, which is literally next to, very close to the property. The first time I've been here was 2011, December of 2011. That time it used to be Veterans Motors, and I remember it always seeing it all the way like how we have cars parked.
So you have familiar with Veterans Motors?
Correct.
Starting in 2011?
11.
Did you ever go onto the property and discuss the operation with the owner of Veterans Motors?
Correct. I did approach Veterans Motors in 2011, and I asked him, hey, would you want to sell the business? And at that time, he said, no, we just acquired it, so it wasn't for sale. And 2017, I met Jimmy from Bottom Line Auto Exchange, and I approached him and I asked him, hey, would you mind selling me this business? And he said, oh, I just got it. So we were going back and forth, and in 2023, we came to an agreement. He asked for an X amount of money, which was paid to him. 2024, he said, Mohammed, here's the keys, and you're good to go.
Okay. Now, when you purchased the business from the prior user, what was the purchase price?
So I paid him $30,000 to basically give me the premises so I can go ahead.
$30,000 for the keys?
Just for the keys, yeah.
And a lease?
And a lease, yeah.
Okay. Now, when you took possession of the property, did you improve the property for your use?
Correct. We had the whole building painted. We had the floors redone inside out. I had CCTV cameras installed, and, you know, we just upkeep with the.
Can you estimate the cost of those improvements that you made in reliance on being able to do this use?
So we spent over $20,000 in improving the property, and, you know, the $30,000 for him to basically hand me the keys, so over $50,000.
Okay. Is your use at 155 Garrett Road similar or consistent with other uses along the 1 or 2 or 3 blocks in that area?
So there is no used car dealers along Garrett Road besides.
What about commercial retail uses?
Commercial retail uses? There is, right next to us, we have Lion Han. They do automobile repairs, they're mechanics.
So if I'm looking at the front of your building, the auto repairs to the right?
Correct.
And do you know what's beyond that auto repair?
Behind the auto repair, there's railway tracks.
Railroad tracks. And the railroad tracks run the length of your property in the rear?
Correct.
And on the left-hand side, I assume you don't have a neighbor because it narrows down to a triangle.
Correct. So we have a bus stop that's literally like 50 to 100 feet from where the property line ends.
And across the street from your business, what type of uses are located in?
So we have a Islamic center.
Which is a religious center.
Which is a religious center. And right next to them, we have A&E Construction. They have their offices there as well.
Okay. Do you believe that your motor vehicle sales use is comparable to those other uses in the general vicinity of the property?
Can you just repeat?
Are they similar? Is your use similar in character to the other businesses in the area?
No.
How long
Aerial
I'm going to
pictures.
direct your attention to Exhibit A6. Now, just by way of proffer, this is Google Map photos from 2010, almost on an annual basis, through 2022. Have you looked at all the photos in Exhibit A6?
I have.
Do the photographs accurately depict the conditions on the property in each of the years notated by Google?
Yeah, they basically all had cars parked all along.
Okay, so let's look at the first page with the date of April 12th, 2010. Is that where your property is, across from the Islamic Academy?
Correct.
The railroad, your property is next to the railroad,
Correct.
and it has a black roof building,
That's right. That's the,
and then it has cars along the frontage.
correct.
Okay. Let's go to 2011. Is that a similar condition which you have your property and cars located
Correct.
along the frontage?
Correct.
And in 2016, that was still while veterans operated, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And there are motor vehicles situated fully across the lot?
Across, correct.
Would you estimate that each of your predecessors in use had approximately 21 spaces?
Correct.
Let's move to July of 2017. That would be the first year of the second automotive?
Yeah.
What was the name of that one?
Bottom Line Auto Exchange.
Bottom Line Auto. And does exhibit, is July 3rd, 2017 picture an accurate depiction of how Bottom Line Auto displayed its motor vehicles?
Correct.
Across the frontage?
Yep.
Okay. And 2018, similar?
Similar, yeah.
Okay. But that's also
Bottom Line Auto Exchange.
And 2019, although grainy in effect, it shows what, sir?
Cars right across, all along it.
And 2020?
Same.
Same.
Right across.
And 2021, which is much clearer,
Right across.
the display is right across the property, as well as 2022.
Correct.
Okay. And you display similar to your predecessors?
Correct.
Okay. Now, so the board understands you have Exhibit A5, which is your photograph with some markings.
Mm-hmm.
You have approximately 23 feet from the narrowest point to your fence. And then as you proceed towards your building, it gets wider.
Yeah.
Okay. How many travel lanes are on Garrett Road in that block?
One traveling going south and one coming.
So there'd be two travel lanes, one going south, one going north.
That's right.
Is there an additional area of macadam along your frontage between the travel lane and your property?
Yes, that's a commercial curb.
Excuse me?
The commercial curb.
Commercial curb.
Yeah.
And what types of uses are made of that? How wide, can you estimate how wide that additional area of blacktop is?
It's probably at least 17,
I can't
15
hear you.
feet.
Can you speak up?
17, 15 feet?
Around 15 feet, I would say.
And what types of uses since 2011 have been made of approximately the 15-foot macadam between your property and the travel lane?
There's a commercial curb to offload vehicles.
Has it ever been used as a travel lane for motor vehicles? Since you've known the property?
Since I've known the property, no.
Okay. Will the grant of a variance alter the essential character of the neighborhood?
It wouldn't.
It wouldn't? Is that because your use is similar to the other uses?
Correct.
Okay. Will the grant of a variance in any way impair the appropriate development or use of adjacent properties or be detrimental to the public?
It would not.
Will the grant of variance substantially increase congestion in the public streets?
Would not.
Will the grant of a variance increase the danger of fire or otherwise endanger the public safety?
It would not.
Will the grant of variances overcrowd the land or create an undue concentration of population?
It would not.
There's no housing on your...
There's no housing, so. Yeah.
Will the grant of variance impair the adequate supply of light and air to adjacent properties?
No.
Your structures don't stop light or air.
No.
Will the grant of variances in any manner adversely impact transportation, or unduly burden water, sewer, school, park, or other public facilities?
It would not.
Will the grant of a variance in any way adversely affect the public health, safety, or general welfare?
It would not.
Will the grant of a variance in any way create an environmental issue?
No, it would not.
No?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you work on the motor vehicles there?
In front of the garage, yes.
In front of the garage?
Correct.
Do you do any type of repair and maintenance?
Repairs are done to the vehicles that we basically getting them ready for sale, only on our vehicles,
On your property or on another property?
on the property.
Okay. And what types of repairs do you do?
Just minor, just basic stuff like oil changes or brakes and rotors.
Okay.
Or O2 sensors, nothing major. No transmission swaps or anything of that
How do you
sort.
dispose of the used parts and the motor oil that you're removing from vehicles?
We have an oil tank in the garage where we basically throw in all the old oil. Next door neighbor, he's a mechanic, so all the metal, like the brake pads, brake rotors and stuff gets placed next to him. He does have somebody that comes in once a week to pick up all the scrap metal.
Are the variances, or is the variance that you're requesting the minimal variance that will accord you relief?
Yes.
Okay. If this board were to restrict your use to that which was discussed in 2011, what would happen?
I'll close on. I would close.
Good.
I would basically move shop, you know.
When you signed your lease in 2024, did the township inspect the property?
Yes, they did.
Did they inspect it for purposes of a certificate of occupancy?
Correct.
And at that time, did anyone from the township inform you that there was a limitation of 10 spots versus 21 spots for display?
I was not.
Okay. Did you act in good faith to lease the property and improve the property for its current use? Did you act in good faith to lease the property and improve the property for its current use with display parking along the frontage of Garrett Road?
Correct.
At any time were you aware from 2024, did you become aware from 2024 through current that there was a zoning hearing board decision?
No.
No.
I was not aware.
After you made application on appeal, did you find out about?
That's when I found out.
That's when you found out. If the board please, I would move for admission of exhibits A1 through A7.
Those will be admitted.
Thank you. That's all the examination I have.
All right. I just have a few quick questions before we open things up with the board. So I just want to make sure I understand the specific request for relief. Nuts and bolts, I know that you're initially requesting an amendment to the prior decision and the alternative, a variance. But the actual request itself is to increase the amount of display vehicles from 10 to 20. Is that
21.
10 to 21?
21's fine.
21's fine.
Now, does that include, because apparently the initial decision was 10 for display and 2 for customers, so that was 12. So now is it 21 display and 2 customers?
Total
Correct.
23, a total of 23 spaces.
23 spaces, yep.
2 for customer, 21 for display.
Correct.
All right. Now, I'm looking at your exhibits, and I don't think there was really much testimony on exhibit A4, which appears to be some sort of a schematic of your site. And it looks like it's, is that your signature on that, sir?
I believe when he testified as to the, I direct his attention to A4 when he was speaking about the general shape and size of the property.
Okay. Is that your signature and the date? I'm just...
Correct. That's my signature.
Is this something that you got when you leased the property?
Excuse me?
When you signed the lease for this property,
So this was basically before I applied for my dealer's license. This was something that was necessary for us to measure and submit to the state.
Okay, understood. So my question is, I know that you're looking for about 23 spaces total, but I'm looking at the sales display area and the other markings on A4. And the sales display area says 87 by 23. There's a sales customer parking, 18 by 15, and then a handicap parking space. If we use the general parking space measurement of a 9 by 18 space, I'm just trying to understand where you're trying to park 23 spaces, because I don't see us parking in 87 by 23.
Customer parking is one, handicap parking, and we can still fit additional in front of the garage doors.
On the right-hand side.
On the right-hand side.
So for clarification, the proposed display area is to the left in the 87-foot area, and to the right of the that's noted- handicap parking, and to the right.
So
That would be the total of 23 spaces, inclusive of the customer parking out front, which is approximately 18 feet by 4.
Okay, so if we then say, all right, let's the whole frontage of the property. I'm looking at A4, and it looks like the building measurement's 60 feet wide approximately. Then it says the display area looks like it's 87. So I get a shade under 150 in terms of your frontage. Even by using a 9 by 18, I'm still trying to figure out where 23 spaces are going to go. So I guess my question is,
The only thing I can suggest is Exhibit A6. You can take any one of these photographs from 2011 and count the cars. Probably the best one where they were lined up would be 2017, and that's I count 20 cars situate with 2 open areas which may or may not be customers.
so I guess based on that, fair to say, I know it's not in the exhibits, but just for the record, have you ever had a survey conducted of your property?
I have not.
So do you know if all those spaces are on your property, or if they're in the right of way, or if they're somewhere else?
Excuse me, can you repeat yourself?
So sure. So looking at A6, I'm just trying to get a better idea here for the board's understanding. When I'm looking at where these vehicles are parked in the 2017 aerial from A6, do you know if all those are on your property, or do you know if some of those might be in the right of way? And if you don't know, that's fine. I'm just curious.
They part of so all those are cars for sale, basically.
I can't, could you speak up a little bit for me?
So all those cars parked on the display from, that's 2016. So in 2017, that's all for sale. These are all vehicles that are basically up for sale.
And on your property.
And on the property, correct.
Do you know what the term right-of-way means?
Right of way, yeah.
If you're not quite sure, just tell the board.
I mean, right of ways.
You don't know whether the right-of-way ends at your curb line or goes to the interior of your property. You don't know that.
I don't know that.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just, like I said, just trying to get a little information if you know.
Garrett Road was dirt about 80 years ago. And I think maybe the right-of-way goes to the property line.
Okay. That concludes my questions, but obviously the board has some, I'm sure.
Have you ever paid for the snow plows
I did. I paid for that.
and that removed the snow from your area
Correct.
as well as the township?
Correct.
How much did you expend in that?
It's like a couple hundred every single plow, like anywhere between 300 to 400 per plow.
Can we go back to A6 for a second? So and this is either counsel or the applicant can answer, but I guess I have a general question and then a specific question about some of them. But for A6, how are you delineating between what cars are for sale, which cars are being worked on by the garage, and which cars are employees?
So, I mean, so the mechanic shop next door, that's also owned by the same landlord, we have an agreement in place that we can only work on our cars that we basically are putting up for sale. And so all these cars that are there are basically either cars getting worked on or up for sale. That's
You're talking about your lease, correct? I'm asking about the photos dating back to, the photos that you're using, I assume you're utilizing to establish that this has been happening since 2010.
Correct. Right.
What I can't decipher from this, and I'm curious how you could, is what cars are for what use here?
That's a good question. Maybe I can ask Mr. Kazi. You've been familiar with the property since 2011.
Correct.
Does that familiarity go to your understanding on where display cars are located on the property?
Correct.
If you were to take any one of these photographs, probably the easiest one again would be 2017 between the two uses.
Clear.
What cars are there for display, and is there any area for customer parking?
Right. There is one here and one here.
So you're pointing to the open gray area.
Open
There's
gray area.
there's 4 vehicles space, 3 vehicles space.
Correct.
That would be for customer parking?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And from your knowledge of the business and how it operated, were the rest of the vehicles along the frontage display?
Yes.
And that would be similar from 2011 through 2024?
Correct.
Correct? Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so in that vein then, let's just, the very first exhibit, 2010, right? If we look, could you show the applicant too? So if you look at that, you see the bright red car in the middle of that?
Mm-hmm.
The car that's parked in the right of way behind it, is that for sale, for parking, for customers, or for?
The car parked perpendicular on the front of those
Right.
cars?
The one that's on the side.
Yeah.
It's
That's
probably,
like half on the street and half
that's
on
probably a car that they just received.
It's probably a car that they just received.
Received, yep.
So that would be a car for what?
That's
Like
basically.
in this photo, what is it for right now?
In 2010, probably.
Is the car parked perpendicular to the motor vehicles on the lot? Is that a car for display,
That car is,
for sale?
yeah, it's gonna go up for sale. You can see the additional spots that are open, so they either receive a delivery or they're probably working on the car, getting it ready, so they can park it in.
Do you intend to use that area of macadam, which I believe that you said was about 15 feet wide? Do you intend to park cars there?
No.
What, you got, Chief?
No,
Okay, so feel free to challenge me if you think I'm wrong, but it sounds like based on where the cars are in the photo, you're presuming the use based on the location of the car?
He has personal knowledge, just not the photos, because he's been at the property, even asked both owners, can I buy your business? So he has general familiarity where the display is located.
Okay. And there, I just wanted to confirm, because a few times we said, I heard the word purchase and then the word lease. So is this a lease, or do you own the site?
no, I leased the site, but I purchased, basically, I gave him key money to evacuate the premises.
Okay, so, but you're a tenant.
Correct.
Did your lease guarantee you a specific amount of parking spaces? So the 21 number, where did that come from?
I can comfortably park 21 cars without causing any inconvenience or obstruction to traffic.
Okay. I think earlier you were testifying about I guess the expense that you laid out.
Correct.
To convert to get it to whatever standard you need for your business. When you were doing that, did you have an understanding of a specific number of sales spaces at that time?
Yeah, I mean, exactly how I have my cars, that's how I was told. You can have cars right across.
Do you have anything from the township that authorizes you to park them in this
So
area?
I was not told by the township as to how many cars I can have
So
displayed.
you just assumed you could?
I mean, it's been like that ever since I knew it. Since 2011. It was always used as a used car lot and displayed right across like.
I know, but how big is that used car lot that they were expecting to allow you to use?
Exactly. Jimmy had about 20-something cars as well on the premises, so I was not told anything by Jimmy when I
That's
purchased the
bottom
bottom
line
line auto exchange. Yeah,
That occupied the property from 2017 to 2024?
correct. I was not told.
And I think earlier you testified that if you had to operate under the approved use, that you'd have to shut down. So basically, if you had to have 10 spots for display versus plus whatever else is allowed,
It's not
for
gonna,
like you couldn't do that.
it's not gonna be feasible for me. We have 5 employees. We have over $5,000 in advertisement bill every single month. It's not gonna be feasible.
At what number does it become feasible in your view?
Anything above 20.
Anything above 20?
Because if I do have a client that's walking on the lot, there's more choices for them to choose from.
Okay.
Would that be 20 in aggregate with 2 customer spaces?
Correct, 20 plus 2,
18 display, 2 customer?
20 plus 2 customers.
20 plus 2 customer.
Yeah. Thank you for answering your questions, honestly. This is you, right? Or the landlord?
Yeah.
The garage? That's the landlord's?
That's the landlord's.
Okay.
That's part of my lease as well, so.
And is this yours or the landlord's?
No, that's the landlord's, but I mean,
Okay.
so from the sales display all the way to the garage doors, that's
Right.
leased by me.
Because I reviewed your lease. I reviewed all your paperwork. And you worked there for 13 years, right? On and off from 2011. You've been affiliated with these guys in some capacity?
So my in-laws used to live on Court Avenue.
Yeah.
So I used to, come thrice a year. And every time I would visit, I would just walk over and have a chat with the gentleman that used to occupy the premises, Veteran Motors, and then Jimmy took over, same thing, approached him, and they all basically had the same display space area, cars parked right across.
Right. Because I looked at your square footage and calculated, you have the dimensions on here, and I calculated your square footage, and it doesn't equal to the sales display area for the rent you pay. The numbers don't add up for even to use 87 by 23 feet in your lease. So, plus the lease doesn't indicate how much square feet you have in your lease. I mean, it's identifying a clear boundary where your business starts and stops. So basically, it's one big, you're just commingling with everybody else. Honestly, would that be fair to say? That some cars are repair, some cars are for sale, on a busy day, coming in and out, you gotta need the yard jockey to move cars in here and there.
All the cars that are basically, they are cars for sale.
Yeah, but, okay. All right.
I wanted to follow up on one more thing. You said that you felt like you can, I guess, fit 21 cars there comfortably.
Comfortably.
When you say comfortably, do you mean like no stacking required?
Yeah.
Every car is completely off the right of way?
Correct.
Things of that nature? Because I was just flipping through A6 again, and I think outside of the last two where it's kind of too blurry to see, I don't see any one of these photos where there isn't at least one car in the right of way.
Are you looking at 2021 or?
I didn't get that far, so maybe, let me see. Yeah, not even 2021.
Well,
so what's comfortable mean, I guess, is what I'm trying to figure out.
What do you mean by comfortable? How close are the cars?
There's enough walking space between the two cars, so if a client comes in, they can actually do a 360 around the car.
Sir, if you could just speak more to the microphone, please.
There's enough space in between each car, so if a client does want to, peek into the interior, it's okay for them. It's not cramped up where they can't pass through.
I don't mean to cut off Mr. Bertel here. Is there enough space for a customer to safely walk between the front of a vehicle and the actual roadway along the entire frontage of where you want to display vehicles?
Yeah, there is space.
Can you speak up a little?
Yes, there is space.
If the board please, at the 23-foot, again, as your solicitor indicated, typically it's 9 by 18 or 10 by 20 in a parking space. So there would be approximately 3, 4, 5 feet excess space.
Well, I do just want to point out for the board's understanding, I know we don't have a survey, but my review of the legal description in the deed, this is a triangular piece of property that starts at a point to the south on Garrett, goes up 155 feet, then it goes over to the rear 32 feet, and then along the roadway or the railway goes back down 158 feet to a point. So your property ends at the bottom as a point, not 23 feet. I do just want to say that is what A2, the legal description, says.
We would certainly stipulate that we will not have a bumper within the outside of the curb line. The car has to have sufficient room to not be in that 15-foot of macadam area.
But most of the photos that you're relying on have cars in that area.
We don't operate that way. Our cars are fully off.
Okay.
I know that cars are parked there, but we can't, over the course of 15 years, how far they push the car back.
Are there any additional questions from the board?
Is the landlord here?
It's not.
Do we have any public comment related to this application? Seeing none? All right. So at this point, if the applicant has anything else to offer, I think the board's willing to close the record, and we're going to discuss an executive session.
That concludes the applicant's case.
Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I think at this point, yeah, I think the board's ready to make a motion.
I vote motion to deny.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I agree.
Okay, so that is an affirmative vote to deny the application. You'll receive a written decision from my office in the 45 days. I hope you have a good night. Okay, moving on to our final application of the evening, and we appreciate everyone's patience as well. Application 4-1 of 26. This is for the applicant, Westchester Pike LLC, for the property at 7800 Westchester Pike, Upper Darby. Okay, so a few things here.
Thank you for being prepared.
Okay, so first going to mark some exhibits, then don't worry, we're going to get to some party status requests because we do have a number of them. So there's going to be 3 board exhibits tonight. ZHB1 is going to be the application package. ZHB2 is going to be the proof of posting. And ZHB3 is going to be the proof of publication. We also received some applicant exhibits. These are pre-marked as A1 through A9. These will be conditionally admitted subject to the applicant's testimony telling the board exactly what we're looking at here. As for party status, I have a number of written requests here, and I'm going to go through.
And Bryce, I just got 3 more, so I'm just going to check the
Much appreciated.
how far they are. real quick.
All right, so we have here, for the record, party status requests from, and I sincerely apologize if I make a mistake with anyone's name. Let's see, Mr. and Mrs. Ben Salah from 8 South Pennock Avenue. We have a, sorry. All right, so I'll do it the right way. Deborah and Jamel, Djamel, Ben Salah, I believe, Bensala, at 8 South Pennock Avenue. We have Stephen Richardson and Guy Edmondson, Edmondson, from 7 South Fairview Avenue. Denise Long from 17 South Fairview. Wesley Long, also 17 South Fairview. Daniel Espinal, Espinal, from 25 North Pennock. Becky Duggan from 129 North Pennock, I believe. Joanne Namavong, Nammavong, and that was Joanne, Joanne, from 133 North Pennock. Judith Duggan, and that's, sorry, Duggan, I believe 141 North Pennock Avenue. And then Laura Wentz from 7549 Parkview Avenue. And we have 3 others that Josh is looking at here. You know, what I will say is for party status requests, and we're going to deal with each of these requests and consider them individually in a moment. Again, if the board grants party status, you'll be allowed to participate in the case, ask questions, present your own evidence. If the board does not grant anyone party status, you can still request public, not request, you still have the right to make public comment at the end of the hearing. So what I will say is for the board to typically consider party status requests, we look primarily at in terms of a person's direct interest in the property, which is typically based upon the proximity of your property to the particular property at issue. So that's the primary driver here. So we're going to consider all of these requests in terms of the distance to the property first. And then if your request is not granted on the basis of distance, we'll ask everyone to come forward if you have some other specialized interest in the property that we would consider. But give us one moment here.
On the last one.
I think another one's coming in.
Justine, I need an address so I can. 401. 401? 401. No worries, no worries.
One more coming, Josh.
Right. So for the purposes of party status requests for tonight, the board is going to, another one, okay. And if anyone else would like to request party status, again, please fill out a form and provide it to Josh and Demetria in the corner. So we're going to use any property within 500 feet, the board is going to make a motion to grant party status. If anyone is beyond 500 feet, we will give you a moment in order to state why you have a specific direct interest in the application. So when I'm looking at the 500-foot marker, and Josh is confirming some of the other requests that we've just received, right now we have 5 residents who are going to qualify under that threshold. Oh, hang on. Just for the record, we've received additional requests here from Danielle Blackwell, Danyelle, Blackwell, Blackwell.
Councilwoman.
This is 33 South Linden Avenue. We have Komi Segla, and I apologize if I mispronounce the name, Komisegla. That's 107 North Pennock Avenue.
Age 55, not requiring health.
We also have Sonia Neptune, Neptune, at 7541 Rogers Avenue.
Right. Right, not requiring, yes. They can bring their own, you don't supply the services. You can.
We have Avian and Antonio Craig, Aviann, and Antonio, Antonio Craig, 21 North Pennock. We have Fatima Liberato, I believe, Liber,
Well,
ATO, just making sure, I wasn't sure. Appreciate the help. 23 North Pennock. And then last, so I have here a Justine M. with no full last name, 41 Sunshine Road. Did anyone else ask to be a party whose name I did not mention? Okay, going once, seeing none. Like I said, the board is going to, by right, grant everyone within 500 feet party status for the instant application. For the record, those are Ms. Liberato, Mr. and Mrs. Craig, Ms. Neptune, Mr. Espinal, Mr. and Mrs. Long, Mr. Richardson and Mr. Edmondson, and Mr. and Mrs. Ben Salah. Like I said, the remainder of the party status requests, if anyone has a specific direct interest in this property that is more acute than other properties, and I see some hands, you'll have a moment to discuss your interest. I'm going to ask that you come up one by one, state your name, and be sworn in by our court reporter, and then you can explain what your specific interest is. So one by one, if you, ma'am.
I do. Becky Duggan, Duggan. Reason I feel that I should be granted party status is the parking variance will affect parking on my street. The people who, if they take the spots at the top of the block, they're going to come down, and then they're going to take my spots at the bottom of the block. So it will affect me directly. Also, the stormwater runoff, I'm at the bottom of the hill, almost the bottom of the hill, and that will also affect me, the stormwater runoff. As of right now, oftentimes when it rains, our street is a river. So this will only add to that. So I feel I should have party status. Also, the size of the property makes, I feel that the distance from the property should go further as far as party status.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duggan. We're going to hear everyone, and then the board will vote. Is there anyone else who'd like to?
Raise your hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give the truth?
I do. Laura Wentz, Wentz, first name Laura. So I measured it out, through Google Maps, I'm 0.4 miles away. In past experiences, the zoning board would allow people to have party status up to a mile away, so I was a little thrown off by the 500 feet. My concerns are parking. If the parking variance, the variance is granted at 21 parking spots where 80 is required, then the remaining people will have to find places to park in our neighborhood. I'm a little farther down, but I'm on Parkview. We barely have any parking for our own residents. If I can't park in my driveway, then I'm parking a block away, 2 blocks away easily, as it is now. So if you add 59 people who would want to park that aren't parking on this property, they're going to be going into all the neighborhoods around, not the ones only on the south side. They're going to come to the north side, and they're going to be searching. And then everyone else who does not have parking for ourselves will not be able to find parking spots anywhere near their homes. So that is my concern, along with the fact that right now it's a green space. And I'm concerned about the permeable surfaces versus the entire space. It's probably like 90% permeable surface right now. And then it'll turn into what, 80, 90% impervious surface? That's a concern.
Thank you very much. No, I appreciate that. Real quick, does anyone else know? Thank you very much, Ms. Wentz. And hang on one second, everybody. Does anyone have a potential or a reason or justification for party status beyond parking and stormwater management concerns? Other than that? Sure. Yes, ma'am, please.
Greetings, everyone. I am Councilwoman Danielle Blackwell.
No, that's a. And keep in mind, everyone's going to have a moment for public comment as well. This is just for the party status request. Please.
So I support thoughtful redevelopment and senior housing opportunities in the 4th District. But I also have a responsibility to ensure projects are compatible with surrounding neighborhoods, grounded in evidence, and do not create unintended burdens related to parking, traffic, or precedents. That's my main reason as Councilwoman to be here.
Thank you very much, Madam Councilwoman. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Justine Mays. I'm also within a mile radius of the proposed new development, and my biggest issue is the traffic. A lot of us come out on Westchester Pike to be able to go to work. And if they're doing where are they going to be holding all of the construction materials, all of the construction vehicles, where are they going to be held? Not just with the parking, but how are we going to drive? Is it going to cause unintended potholes on Westchester Pike that we already have enough of? And how will that affect our cars getting to work every day? Just the overall traffic, especially with all the closures, especially with State Road right there, and then Cardington on the other side, and with the golf course that we're not even talking about also being slated for the year after. So just putting that out there.
All right. Thank you very much.
Joanne Namavong, Nammavong. My concern as well is the traffic. Every one of us, just because we don't live 500 feet, does not mean we don't go past that property every single day. We walk there, we drive there. We go on South Pennock. We hope that we get around the curve safely. When we add a lot of cars, I don't know if they're going to exit in there or exit out there. I don't know. But we all drive there. So just because we don't live right there, we're affected. I'm affected in the same way as Becky. So everything she said affects me as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much, everyone. So on that basis, while I understand the concerns, the board is going to still provide party status to Ms. Liberato, Mr. and Mrs. Craig, Ms. Neptune, Mr. Espinal, Mr. and Mrs. Long, Mr. Richardson and Mr. Edmondson, and Mr. and Mrs. Ben Salah. Next question, appreciate it. All right, so at this point, we appreciate everyone taking the time and the patience with us on that. At this point, council, the floor is yours. If you'd like to make a brief opening remarks and then introduce your witnesses, we'll be more than happy to hear. Thank you.
If the board please. Again, my name is Lee Stivel and I represent the applicant, Mr. Sylvester Okolo, who's standing to my right. Let me just put one thing on the table because I think there's a lot of misconception as to what we are proposing here. We're proposing an assisted living care situation. Our residents do not drive. They do not own cars. But who will be using?
All right, real quick. I apologize to interrupt. Everything that is being said here is being recorded and is being taken down by our court reporter, who, as talented as she is, can only take down what one person says at a time. Everyone here tonight will have your opportunity to make public comment at the close of the applicant's presentation. While the applicant is speaking, I would ask that everyone maintain a respectful tone, listen to what's being heard, and then you can comment and the board will take into consideration whatever you have to say. And then while you're making your public comment, obviously the applicant, the applicant's witnesses, and the board will listen to you and provide you the same respect that you provide the applicant. There's a lot of us in attendance, I understand. Please, let's do our best, and then we'll get through this a little bit more quickly. Thank you, everyone. Continue.
Thank you. So if I may return to my opening remark, is that this is an assistant care. The resident is typically older than 55, suffering from some type of physical or mental incapacity. They do not own cars. The proposed 21 spaces will primarily be used by any employee on site or any person visiting, giving ancillary support to a resident, whether it's a caregiver or someone that may be delivering a meal. I have a traffic engineer, Mr. John Carullo, who unfortunately cannot be here tonight. And at the conclusion of tonight, I would request that we continue this hearing to, I think it was your June 23rd?
That is our next agenda, correct?
To permit testimony and presentation on the traffic study, as well as his opinion in terms of what would be a reasonable demand for parking. But let me put the rabbit in the hat tonight. And I have an architect here who has designed, and the owner, who have very similar or same type of uses that they've developed. And they have like 0 parking, or maybe a couple spaces for a community of 25 or 50 spots. There's an exhibit which includes that. So by way of introduction of the exhibits, A1 is the application. A2 is a copy of the plans showing aerials and locations of the property and the proposed elevations of the building, and as well as a footprint of the building and the accessory facilities, including parking. A3 is an aerial of the area. A4 is a Google Street view of the property. There are 2 pictures on A4. A5 is Google Street along the east side of Westchester Pike, headed towards this building that we're in. A6 is Google Street, headed on the other side, away from this building. A7 is a list of projects designed by the architect who is here. And these are similar types of assistant living care facilities, and with a notation of how many units and how many parking spaces. Exhibit A is actually a building permit where we are constructing something very similar to this. I assume 24? 17 units with no parking spaces. Now, this is the city of Philadelphia, and certainly they have a different zoning ordinance than here, but these are the types of uses and how they, and we'll explain how they operate, because there's a lot of, I think, misconception here in terms of what the parking demands would be and what would be the impact, if any, from this project on the immediate vicinity. So my first witness is Mr. Sylvester Okolo.
And while your witness is coming up, I do just want to make a comment to everyone in attendance. While I understand that the applicant is going to request this matter be continued at the close of the presentation tonight, if anyone is unavailable on June 23rd, or if you just, I won't be offended if you don't want to come back and spend your night with us on June 23rd, we will still offer the opportunity for anyone to make public comment tonight. So I just want everybody to understand that you don't have to come back next month to make public comment. So that said, please continue.
Please raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Sign your name.
Sylvester Okolo. Okolo.
Mr. Okolo, you're the applicant in this matter?
Yes, I am.
And what is your interest in the property located at 7800 Westchester Pike?
My brother and I own the property. We bought it in 2019.
And did you buy the property with intent to place a residential senior community?
Not originally.
And what was your thought process in terms of why you thought this property was suitable for that use?
We realized that in the past we applied for zoning for apartment buildings, and we withdrew the application because of the zoning parking demand. So when we discovered that there's another project that we can put on that property.
I think we've got a better microphone for you.
Okay, great.
I want you to try this. And
Okay.
You want to try it.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. So when we discovered that there could be a project that we can execute on the property without requiring the parking demand, we thought it was a perfect fit. And my brother and I own a home care company. We serve about 400 to 500 patients on a daily basis. And out of the number of participants that we have, none of them drives. And we provide them caregivers also in their current residence. So the need for parking is not really there for the participant that we serve.
Do you manage or operate scattered site for residents that you propose, for the same type of resident that you propose for the subject property?
Yes, we do.
And could you please describe the nature of your resident in terms of physical capability, mental capability?
Majority of our patients have Alzheimer and dementia, and a lot of them, of course, does not have the capability to drive. And most of them also have a physical disability that they may never need to drive or own a vehicle. And then I'm not sure if you're familiar with the waiver program. 99.9% of our patients are under the state waiver program. The maximum income allowed to be in the waiver program is $1,350. So you're not going to be driving if you're making $1,350
A year?
a year. I'm sorry, a month. You have to pay for your accommodation. You pay co-pay towards the accommodation. Most of the patients are paid for by either Section 8 or HUD. So they don't really have the financial means to pay for the accommodation. So the accommodation is also paid for by the government.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you have similar properties with this type of resident, a resident suffering from either physical or mental deficits. Just approximately, how many scattered sites do you have?
Well, most of the patients that we currently have right now, they're either renting or they are in a similar facility, assisted living facility, where we send caregivers to them to assist them with activities of daily living.
And approximately how many residents do you currently serve?
We serve between the county of Delaware, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Lehigh, Montgomery County, Bucks. We have about 450 patients that we serve on a daily basis.
Of those 450 patients, how many own a motor vehicle?
0.
Were you currently approved for an assisted living use in the city of Philadelphia?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's marked Exhibit A8 for identification. What is A8?
It's a notice of commercial building permit.
And does this permit allow you to build a structure?
Yes, it does.
And what type of structure is it?
It's a 17 residential and a first floor commercial space.
Okay. You said 17 residential units?
Correct.
Okay. And was it proposed that these 17 units would be occupied by residents similar in nature and character to those that you proposed on this site?
Yes.
How many parking spaces were required by the city of Philadelphia to serve this particular building?
0.
I take one moment, please?
Take your time.
Let's just have a second. Okay. Okay. And
Depending on the hours, there are some get 24 hours of services. Some, but the caregivers really don't drive. I'm a caregiver.
okay. Thank you. Mr. Okolo, who will utilize the parking spaces or the proposed parking spaces on this property?
Mostly family members that are visiting the loved ones that live in the residence.
And caregivers?
No, majority of our caregivers uses public transportation.
Okay. That's all I have for Mr. Okolo.
Thank you very much. Mr. Okolo, you're going to need that. You're going to need
They're
that.
going to ask you questions.
Actually, yeah, counsel, I'll leave it up to you. Would you prefer to present your other witness as well and then have them both jointly?
Just by witness.
Okay, that works. I think it might work better here. Mr. Okolo, approximately how many employees do you plan or expect to work at this property at any given time?
It depends. It all depends on the hours of services that they get. Some get services at night, some get services in the daytime. So it depends on the schedule.
Okay. Well, how about during the day? About how many employees do you think would be working there? And then how about at night? How many employees do you think would be working there?
Well, during the day, I would probably say less than 20. Less than 20.
All right. And less than 20,
Yeah.
are we talking 18, 10,
Yeah,
3?
say 18. Now, bear in mind that majority of my caregivers does not drive. We know that. Some of them we use Uber. We send them to patients using Uber or public transportation. So majority of my patient and caregiver does not drive.
Okay. So if I say during the day, you said less than 20, but close, approximately 18 or so during the day.
Correct.
How about at night, if you can estimate? And again, just an estimation so the board has an understanding of what.
Then at night, again, it depends on the service schedule. So at night, maybe the same number of caregivers. Right.
Now, in terms of the actual the business, is it just going to be so? I guess how will it function? Is it just going to be housing, or are you going to have certain common areas, or any sort of treatment areas, or how is it going to work?
Well, it is a housing for them, and then the caregivers assist them with their activities of daily living. The caregiver provides their meal. They prepare their meal. They help them with medication. They help them with scheduling appointments, medical appointments, doctor's appointments. They arrange transportation for them for their medical appointment. Majority of them use CC Connect. It's a government-funded transportation through SEPTA.
So there's going to be housing for, and I believe your plans say total of 52 units. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you going to have any office space or other common areas, or is it just living space?
It will be office space for a social worker and an office space for my company as well.
All right. Now, I just also want to confirm, you know that if you were to move forward with this project, and I don't know what the board will do, that you would have to go through a land development process, correct?
I'm not sure. Land development process, I'm not familiar with that. I'm a developer, to be honest with you, but I'm not familiar with what it.
I think your attorney wants to.
Mr. Solicitor, we understand that we have to go through a land development process, which will entail a traffic study. It will also entail stormwater management facilities pursuant to the ordinance, these zoning and subdivision ordinance. We will comply with the land development.
Just to make sure, and just summarize for the neighbors, if you do proceed forward with this, if you do receive any approval from the board, you would be legally required to go through land development, where you would have to have your traffic engineer prepare a traffic study. You would have to have stormwater management plans, landscaping plans, all to the approval of the township engineer. Is that an accurate statement of what you understand the process would be, correct?
Yes.
Okay. With that, if the board has any questions, we'll do board questions first, followed by any specific questions from any party, and then we'll proceed in that fashion. So, board, now would be the time for any questions.
Good evening, sir. I guess I'll start generally. You understand that the zoning practices of Philadelphia has no bearing here?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
It was just an emphasis to let you understand the need for parking.
Okay, no, I just want to make
for
sure
the specific project.
Okay, well, let's start, I guess, with the parking. I think your counsel and you testified a few times about what you understand is like the driving needs of your patients and I guess staff as well. And I guess I'd like to sort of drill that down a little more. You seem fairly confident that there's 0 people that drive. Like how do you know? Is that something that's part of
I've been doing this for 15
Let me
years.
finish this question and then.
Mr. Chairman, I think that we can enter into a stipulation that none of our residents will own a motor vehicle.
Yes. I've been doing this for 15 years.
Hold on. You will enter into a stipulation that none of your residents.
We certainly would agree to a condition of approval that none of the residents will own a motor vehicle.
Correct. Yes.
And obviously, you would need to enforce that through the agreements that you have with any resident of your facility. That would be a term of any agreement for tenancy, correct? No
Right.
vehicle?
It would be in the lease.
Yeah.
The lease that is given to the patient.
And as part of any lease, I guess you would be agreeing that a term of that lease to allow someone to stay would mandate no motor vehicle, correct?
That's correct, because they don't need it.
Okay.
Is that in your current leases?
Well, this would be in this particular case, it will be part of the lease.
I think earlier you testified about like some funding or sort of that your patients or residents receive to help sort of subsidize rent, I guess.
Correct.
Whatever amenities you provide. Are your leases from, I guess, your company or through through the programs that you partner with to provide the subsidized rent?
Well, the lease is going to be from this particular project. My company is going to provide the home care services. I'm sorry, we own both companies. We own the land, the LLC. So the company that will be providing the home care services is a different company that we also own. So the lease is going to be drafted by this project, which is a 7800 Westchester LLC. So 7800 Westchester LLC owns this project, and then we provide the services for the home care. In other words, the name of the company that will provide the services for the home care is called Arum Healthcare Services, ARUM Healthcare Services.
But the lease itself would generate from the real estate company or the management company, right?
That's correct.
And how many, I know how many units you're sort of considering, but am I correct in presuming that it's one patient per unit? Or
one patient per unit, correct.
Is that also a limitation that's in your lease?
Well, we have about 4 two-bedrooms apartments that will require the patient, if you have like a husband and wife,
that may need a 2-bedroom. But apart from that, everybody else is going to be single individual in each unit.
So I understand that you have I guess the services business, and then the real estate business where you acquire the property and develop and build it, but who actually manages the operational side once your buildings go up and there's a senior living facility or other type of living facility there? Who's like managing that?
The developer will manage it, which is 7800 Westchester Pike LLC will manage the building.
Can you repeat that?
7800 Westchester Pike LLC owns the building, so they're going to be responsible to manage the building.
For the
If the board please, the fee owner of the property, which will own also the building if it's constructed, that will be the landlord for the leasing purpose.
God bless you.
So the patients themselves signed individual leases?
That's correct.
Is there, outside of the direct one-to-one caregiver services, are there other programming offered at your facilities for patients or otherwise?
No, that's the only thing that they get, home care services.
Only the home health care services?
Correct.
Are the caregivers your employees or are they contract?
The caregivers will be my employees.
They're your employees?
Right, in most cases, for those that require our services.
Sorry, say that.
Those that need my services. They're not compelled to take our services. So if they decide to get a different agency to provide them services, then they don't have to go through my agency. But if you go through my agency, yes, we provide the caregivers.
Oh, so there can be residents in this facility that's not obtaining your services?
That's correct.
That's not a threshold for access. So anyone can apply, well, presumably if they meet the age requirement, anyone can apply to live?
No, not anyone. Not anyone. You have to go through the waiver program. The state waiver program qualifies you based on your income and your physical and health condition. So it's not open to everyone. But if you are in the program, if you're a resident and you don't want to use my services, you are welcome to utilize the service of another agency. You don't have to utilize our home healthcare services only. So if you say, well, I don't want to use your agency, I want to use another agency, you can do that. But you have to be approved by the state.
So in short, and correct me if I'm wrong, I just want to make sure I understand. There is a threshold for you need to be utilizing or needing those type of services to have access to the
That's correct. Yes.
Residential building, but it doesn't have to be your services.
It doesn't have to be my services. But you have to qualify for the state waivers program.
Do most residents use your services?
Yeah, they do. They do.
And so when you're saying like none of the employees drive, you're talking about your employees specifically.
Right.
But you don't have any sense of like, if there's a caregiver from another agency, like you don't know one way or another, right?
Well, a lot of caregivers do not drive. They use public transportation. The caregivers make $13 per hour. 13. That's average. The average salary of a caregiver is $13 per hour, 13. So it's a very low paying job that 99% of them do not drive.
They're not paid enough to have cars.
They're not paid enough to have a car.
All right, hey, I understand that people may have questions. Again, this is not the appropriate time for that. Thank you.
How long are your leases for?
The lease usually is written for 1 year, but with the option to renew. It automatically renews month to month after 1 year. So you can live there forever. And statistics shows that majority of people that goes into such homes, they never go back. They stay there forever.
Do you have outside delivery services or in your other buildings?
Well, no, the meals are being prepared by the caregivers. It's part of the services that they receive from the caregiver.
Would you be open to hiring employees from Upper Darby Township
My office is actually in Delaware County.
or Delaware County?
Yeah, my office is right there at 25 North Lansdowne Avenue.
Closer the better. For extra parking right here, you have the building's bordering a neighborhood, bordering a few houses right here. Would you be open to putting a fence?
Along the rear yard?
Yeah, right here on A3.
Where
If you
there's.
were going to add parking, you have these parking spots facing Westchester Pike. And if you had if you're going to add parking, if you're going to make an attempt to add more parking, and those parking spots are going to face the homes, would you be open to adding a fence to accommodate so there's no,
Yeah, that wouldn't be a problem.
well, at least 6 feet high, so there's no glare, anything from the lumens, from the lights coming through from the car traffic coming through at night, since this is probably a 24-hour facility. So just so there's no glare coming in and hitting the neighborhood.
That would be an acceptable condition.
Can I ask how you guys landed on 21 spaces?
If you
Maybe I
go
should
to
save that for-
Exhibit A2, on the second to the last page, you'll be able to, and I, the architect here, will describe the orientation of the building, facilities, and the parking, and then the one travel lane, which all vehicles would enter on Pennock and exit on Fairview.
Is it possible to add more parking? If,
That'd be a good question for the architect.
yeah. Mr. Raymond, would you want to answer any design questions? Oh,
So I have questions.
Well,
I apologize.
No, yeah, let's go by the original suggestion, do one witness at a time, just to make it a little cleaner. The board will hold any questions for the architect until the appropriate time.
I see one of the squares are notated for offices. Is that like operational offices for the services or for the property management? Like, is there another use or another office use there?
The only office there will be for one case worker,
Or like an on-site?
on-site case worker.
How frequently is your trash removal?
Trash removal depends on how much trash we accumulate, but
What times would you be coming?
we schedule as needed. We schedule trash removal as needed. So depending on if we are accumulating a lot of trash, then we have to schedule for more frequency of trash pickup. And of course, we're going to have our own trash company that will pick up the trash. We're not going to rely on the county trash pickup.
So
If the board please, there is a location of a trash container, again, on the A003 portion of the plan. In the rear, you'll see a handicap spot on the left, a normal spot, and then trash container facility.
So I see there's like an outdoor seating, what is that, a pergola in the parking lot? Is that for the residents? Like between the,
Is there a pergola?
it says outdoor seating and pergola. It's sort of
Right.
like at the edge of the parking lot.
Yes.
Is there a sidewalk? that traverses the parking lot?
Is there a sidewalk in the parking lot area?
Right, well, because I'm assuming people would have to walk to that, right?
Right, they would walk from the building to that area
Through the parking
or
lot?
be wheelchaired. But there's no discrete pathway.
Um, the handicap parking that's to the, I guess, west, or if you're looking at it to the left side of the page, there's like an enclosure. I don't know if that's steps or a bike rack. Could you sort of, or maybe I should save this for the architect. Actually, I'll save it for the architect.
You have steps here, trash container here. Okay.
Are your facilities usually, I think the one permit that you provided was 17 units? Is that
Yes.
right? Or 17 dwelling units? And this is considerably bigger. Can you talk about why not maybe a 2-story building as opposed to a 4-story building?
I think that's a 5-story building.
Or, okay, why not a 2-story building versus a 5-story building?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Say that again.
Why 5 stories is what I guess I'm trying to get.
Oh, well, that's what was approved.
No, I mean for this,
Oh, for this project,
right, you said it's 5 stories, right? Isn't that what you just?
I think it's
Can't be 5 stories
4.
or 35 feet.
Okay, that's what okay, so 4 stories. So it is 4 stories.
Yeah, well, 4 stories.
So what I'm asking is like, do you need the height, I guess, is what I'm asking.
Do you need the number of units and the height of the building project work?
Yes, yes.
What is the height that you intend to use for the building from ground level?
What is the height?
At this point, I don't want to tell the applicant how to do the application by any stretch, but it seems like we're delving into architectural questions too. So it might make sense, because I know that many of the parties are probably going to be the same mind of the board, maybe for you to present your architect now, then the board can just ask questions to as necessary. Do you think that might make, I'm trying to
That's fine.
make something work here.
I thought it was a matter of convenience that
Yeah.
you can ask the owner a question, but
Initially, I agreed.
okay. Well, we'll move the thought process into now presenting the architect, Mr. Kurt Raymond.
And then moving on, the board will ask questions as necessary. Whichever witness is better capable of addressing that, we'll go that route. And then any party will have a chance to ask whatever question you'd like, and the applicant can have whichever witness is better.
Just for the board, Ms.
I do. Kurt Raymond, Kurtraymond.
What is your professional address, Mr. Raymond?
Our office is at 1520 Locust Street in Philadelphia.
And what is your profession?
I'm an architect.
How long have you been an architect in Pennsylvania?
I was registered in 1989.
Are you in any other states by test or reciprocity?
In Maryland and New Jersey.
And what is your educational background?
I have a degree in natural science from Colgate University and a B.Arch from Drexel University.
Okay. You have your curriculum vitae marked as Exhibit A9. Could you just briefly, using your curriculum vitae, just explain, number one, your educational background, and number two, your professional experience?
Sure. I'm a founding principal of Cicada Architecture Planning. We started in 1997, and my particular interest is community development work, so I specialize in affordable housing and municipal facilities.
Okay. Do you have experience when you design a project to assess the intensity of the project on the land and the burden upon the land and contiguous properties?
I think when we start the conceptual design process, context is everything. So we look at adjacent uses, we look at the intensity of adjacent uses, we look at the physical arrangement of the adjacent properties, how they relate to the street, how they relate to pedestrian traffic. We look internally to the site on how to handle stormwater, the massing of the building, where it casts shadows, how, again, vehicular and pedestrian pathways through and around the building. So yeah, that's a critical part of early planning.
Have you been admitted as an expert architect with training and experience, including experience involving the intensity of land uses and the impacts of land uses?
I have more than I can count in Philadelphia and nearby suburbs.
At this time, I would offer Mr. Raymond as a professional architect with experience in the development of residential properties, including the attendant impacts on adjacent properties.
Mr. Raymond will be accepted as an expert in civil architecture. Thank you.
Mr. Raymond, in preparation for your testimony, did you review the zoning ordinance and zoning map?
We did.
Did you also review this subdivision land development ordinance?
We did.
Okay. And just briefly, where is the subject property located in terms of its proximity to this building on Westchester Pike?
It's 7800 Westchester Pike is a vacant lot. It's about 5 blocks sort of northwest of State Road, and it's bounded by 2 smaller streets.
I'm going to show you what's been marked Exhibit A3 for identification. What is A3?
An aerial view of the site.
And is the subject site marked at all on A3?
It is.
It's marked with a red tag?
It is.
And it's noted as 7800 Westchester Pike?
Mm-hmm.
Does Exhibit A3 accurately depict the current configuration and improvements or lack of improvements on the property?
It does. It's a vacant lot. It's a vacant lot.
I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit A4 for identification. It has 2 photographs, and what is Exhibit A4?
It's a photograph of the properties directly behind the lot.
And I take it that the property is unimproved?
It is.
It's a vacant parcel at this time?
It is, yeah.
And do the photographs marked as Exhibit A4 for identification accurately depict the condition of the property?
They do.
I don't know whether this will be assisting. I would like you to describe the physical characteristics of this property, area, shape, frontages. Sure. Would you like to use A2 in context, or would you just?
Sure. Yeah, maybe. So starting with drawing A02, an aerial view of the site with the original boundaries sort of in pink. So the deed descriptions, when assembled, have this property as 125 feet deep by 250 feet wide. We believe 25 feet of that was taken by Westchester Pike when it was expanded. So the current boundaries are 100 feet from the curb to the rear property line, and then 250 feet across from property line to property line. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Are there any regulated slopes on the property?
There's a very gentle slope going from west down to the east, and there's a pretty consistent sort of berm, 2 to 3 feet high, right at the sidewalk.
Okay. And are there road frontages along this property boundary?
There are. They're 250 feet along Westchester Pike.
Is there road frontage on ancillary streets?
There are about 100 feet on each of both Pennock and Fairview.
The property sits along South Fairview Avenue?
That's right.
Yeah. And as well as Pennock Avenue?
That's
South
right.
Pennock Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are there, to your understanding, are there any environmental constraints on this property?
None that we're aware of, no.
Okay. And the property is zoned what, sir, to your understanding?
Oh, gosh. Remind me.
I think the zoning officer will give us a C1.
C1.
C1, right.
Okay. Is the senior independent living use a permitted principal use in the C1?
It is not. No.
Okay. Those uses are permitted in the residential 4 and residential 3 and C3 districts?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Is there a definition of senior independent living within the zoning ordinance?
There is. Yeah.
Okay. And okay. What are the characteristics of a senior independent living facility?
So typically, it's a series of typically 1 or 2 bedroom apartments with support spaces such as social services office, sometimes a doctor's clinic. And as the case with this building, there are some support spaces at the first floor. There's a multi-purpose room that sort of anchors the corner. There are the offices that were discussed previously, and then there will be other support spaces like exercise rooms and things like that.
Okay, so the definition of senior independent living includes it's housing for persons 55 years or older.
That's right.
And that's your understanding of this project?
It is, yeah.
Okay. And in this project, a resident does not have to take any type of service from the property owner. Is that your understanding?
That's our understanding. That's right.
So there, in terms of language, that not requiring health or other services offered through a central management structure or source, this use would comply with that?
Yeah, we believe so, yeah.
That language, would that be more of a nursing home type of concept?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. What are the contiguous uses to this property?
It's complicated. So on our side of the street, heading towards Upper Darby, it's almost entirely commercial uses, often with front-loaded parking. Moving northwest from the site, it's a mix of both commercial and residential. On the other side of the street is, around them is primarily residential, but as you move up and down the pike, it becomes a mix of commercial, residential, and institutional uses.
I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit A5 for identification. Could you take the board through the photographs and describe those uses that you see along Westchester Pike on the same side of Westchester Pike, headed towards the center part of Upper Darby Township?
Yeah, so A5 is southeast of the site, and that's a Dunkin' Donuts with front-loaded parking. Further down, other various businesses, all various shapes and sizes, all with sort of different relationships from the building to the sidewalk and building to parking. And then further down, again, more of the same 2- and 3-story commercial, some with front-loaded parking, some with sides, all different shapes and sizes.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Now looking, would that be to the north?
Yeah.
I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit A6 for identification.
That's right. So looking north, again, on our side of the street, there's some residential, there's some mixed use, and then in among those residential, a series of commercial uses as well.
And do the photographs in Exhibit A5 and A6 accurately depict the current conditions
They do.
surrounding the property?
They do.
Is the Westchester Pike corridor in the area of the subject property substantially developed?
It is. This is a rare vacant lot.
Okay. Request that you would use Exhibit A2 and assist the board in terms of the proposed improvements. My first question is, are you the designer of the proposed plans?
We are, yes.
Okay. If you could describe the proposed improvements.
Sure. So we're looking at drawing A003, and the top plan is the site and first floor plan combined. And so currently the scheme is a building that runs the full 250-foot length of the lot from Fairview to Pennock. The programs on the Pike are moving from left to right, 4 units, some common spaces still to be determined, sort of exercise room, things like that, offices, utility spaces, a main elevator lobby and stair, and then anchoring the corner is that multi-purpose room for group activities. Then behind those uses is a continuing corridor connecting all those spaces, and then the parking is actually sort of half under the building. So those 21 spaces occupy underneath the overhang of the second floor, if that makes sense. In terms of, there was questions earlier about the trash program. So typically what we do in fairly dense uses like this is we have trash rooms at each floor with chutes for recycling and trash that go down to a common trash room, which you see in gray there. And then it's typically compacted. And for a building this size, pickup is typically twice a week.
And how is the parking oriented on the first floor ground level?
So again, it's all pull in under the building. And the intent was always to have a privacy fence at the south property line to shield as much as possible those parking spaces.
And how would a motor vehicle access the site?
So currently, our thinking is it's a one-way drive that enters from Pennock and then exits on Fairview, with the understanding that most people would make a right there and be out on Westchester Pike.
Could you describe the improvements on the second floor?
So the floors 2, 3, and 4 are essentially the same, and there's a total of 16 units. 15 of them are 1-bedroom and 1 is a 2-bedroom. And that's the 2-bedroom is not only for husband or wives, but there are occasions when a live-in companion is needed for people who are in this situation. So,
okay. And there's an area on the second floor, 3rd and 4th, for collection of trash?
That's right, yeah.
And that's the gray area on the bottom next to the handicaps?
Yes, it is, yeah. And then the current proposal is that each of the units from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th would have a balcony for outside access.
Okay. Can you move to the elevation and describe the aesthetics of this proposed building?
Yeah, so it's clearly a contemporary building, and it's sort of composed by a rhythm of the balconies and the bedroom windows with a sort of use of color at the lobbies, the elevator lobbies, to sort of indicate a different kind of use. And then the corner, which has the multi-purpose room, is primarily sort of storefront glazing.
Is it your understanding that the applicant, if he was granted relief, he would have to pursue a land development application and approval?
That is our expectation, yes.
And would it be your expectation that the applicant would have to meet stormwater requirements?
Yes.
As well as landscape requirements?
That's right, yeah.
As well as parking requirements, as determined by this board?
Yes.
Okay. So this proposed building does not meet what dimensional variances?
So the primary one is the height. In order to go to 4 stories, we need to exceed the 35-foot height maximum. I speak a little bit to the sort of density question about why there are 52 units. It's not only a sort of pro forma economic question, it's also a sort of question of culture, that we find a population of about that much seems to make for a coherent community, just based on our experience with similar facilities.
What is the proposed height?
We're thinking it's probably about 45 feet.
And the maximum height in the C1 district is 35
Is 35, that's right.
Okay. Do you need any relief with regard to rear yard?
Well, so the building itself is 25 feet from the property line, but we do have the driveway that occupies that space.
Okay. What about coverage?
So currently the coverage is a little bit in flux. It's not currently meeting that 80% maximum coverage, but If we were to use pervious paving at the rear driveway, we could reach that easily.
Okay. And with regard to building footprint or square footage limitations?
I believe it meets the requirements for a 20,000 square foot maximum. It's less than that. The building length and limit for a series of buildings actually, that language in the code confuses us a little bit because we're not quite sure what that refers to. The language of the code says groups of buildings, and so does that apply?
And does the project, aside from any consideration of the nature of the resident, does it meet the parking space requirements under section 550-33?
It does not, no.
And that would be 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. And tonight, the applicant's asking for relief in terms of a use variance to permit this type of use?
Yes.
And asking for a dimensional height variance?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. Are you also requesting a variance to building length?
The building is 250 feet long, but again, the language of the code confuses us, so.
Okay. Have you designed projects for similar type of residential uses?
It's a primary market that yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit A7 for identification. And I'm going to ask you what it is, and please describe the various columns.
Sure. So it's a list of our affordable multifamily projects since 2020 of similar density and similar program. And there are a total of, I guess, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. And they vary by the number of units. Casa Indiana had 50 units. It was completed in 2020, and it had 9 parking spaces. So it sort of lists the number of units, the year it was completed, and the number of parking spaces that were designed into the project. And of particular note are Casa Indiana, Fair Hill Lofts, and Compassion Senior Living, and Walton School. They're all expressly designed for low-income seniors. And none of those even approach the number of parking spaces we're proposing here. Casa Indiana with 50 units had 9 parking spaces. Fair Hill Lofts with 40 units will have 0. Compassion Senior Living with 38 had 9 spaces. And Walton School with 50 units will have 11.
Are you familiar with these 7 projects and their current operations?
I am, yes.
Okay. Is there?
I should say they're all in very dense urban neighborhoods where parking is at a premium. So it was a big part of the discussions with the client and the neighbors.
Are you aware of any issues with regard to parking need and parking versus parking provided?
Not that I'm aware of.
And again, these communities are based on a similar resident having similar income levels and potential incapacities.
Some of them, not all of them, yeah.
Okay. Is the parking designed, having 21 proposed spaces, designed to minimize any adverse effect upon the character of the surrounding area?
We thought by tucking it under the building that it would do that very thing. It would sort of minimize its impact.
What about numerosity? Does your providing 21 proposed parking spaces minimize any potential adverse impact?
So the 21, there was a question about what determined that, and it was essentially what would fit in a 250-foot long building when you take out the trash room and egress stairs. Was that your question?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is the parking spaces proposed of 21 the minimum variance that is needed to accord relief in this matter?
I believe so.
Does literal enforcement of the zoning code applicable to parking cause a hardship?
I believe so, yes.
Would that have any reason in terms of the hardship because of the nature of the occupancy and the demand for parking?
Yes, the nature of the occupancy and the size of the site to create 80 parking places is impossible.
Are the proposed 21 parking spots sufficient to satisfy the reasonable needs of the intended use?
Based on our experience, yes, more than enough.
Are the conditions related to the number of parking spaces being proposed, cause any unnecessary hardship unique to this property? Let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
Let's move to impervious, if you would. You indicated that you're not quite sure yet in terms of impervious, but you will comply with the 80%?
We will.
Okay. Is the proposed impervious shown on Exhibit A2 designed to minimize any adverse effect on the character of the surrounding area?
That is the intent, but we tried.
It's all.
Yes, if you bang it, it might work.
Hello.
There you go.
Sorry, what was the question?
Is the impervious shown on Exhibit A2 designed to minimize the adverse impact on the character of the surrounding neighborhood?
Yeah, the intent of positioning the building so the location of the building was determined by a couple things. So where we set the front back along Westchester Pike to sort of a few feet from the sidewalk to sort of align with the buildings next door and to provide a planting buffer. And then when you take the depth of the building, then we end up sort of 25 feet from the rear property line, if that makes sense.
Does literal enforcement of the zoning code applicable to parking cause any hardship? You couldn't build a project with the subject area.
It would be impossible, yeah.
Okay. Were these conditions created by the applicant?
No.
The area of this property was
a given. Yeah.
In your opinion, with the exception of the requested variances for parking and potentially impervious, can you prepare a final plan of land development which will meet zoning and subdivision regulations?
I believe we can, yeah.
Will the proposed residential community in any way increase the danger of fire or panic or otherwise endanger the public safety?
We don't believe so.
Will there be, will the building be improved with?
Thank you.
Will the building be improved with smoke or sprinklered?
Of course, yes.
Will the proposed residential use in any way overcrowd the land or create an undue concentration of population?
We don't believe so. We believe it's sort of a nice transitional project between the sort of residential and commercial scale along Westchester Pike, and it provides an opportunity for people who can no longer maintain their houses to still live in the neighborhood.
Will the proposed residential use be consistent with the surrounding zoning and land uses?
Well, we're asking for variances, but generally, yes.
This is a residential use?
Yes, it is. That's right.
The uses to the immediate rear of the property are residential?
They are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the subject property suitable for the character and intensity of the proposed development?
We believe so.
In your opinion, will the proposed use in any manner adversely affect public health, safety, morals, or general welfare?
We don't think so, no.
Will the grant of variances in any manner overcrowd the use of land or create an undue concentration of population?
Again, I think it's a appropriate transitional use.
Will the grant of variances adversely affect transportation or unduly burden public facilities of water, sewer?
No, and in fact, part of the project is taking a bus stop that's just a sign on a pole at the corner and making an actual shelter. So.
There's a bus line along the frontage of this property?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Will the grant of variances in any manner alter the essential character of the neighborhood, particularly to the rear, impair appropriate use of the adjacent properties, or be detrimental to the public welfare?
I don't believe so.
That's all I have for Mr. Raymond.
Great. Thank you very much, council. So at this point, we've been going for a little bit, so I think we're going to take a 5-minute comfort break, and then we'll come back here at 20 after.
Bryce, real quick, before we start.
Watch this. Start getting.
All right, everyone. All right, everyone, we appreciate your patience. I know it's getting a little late. If everyone wants to go home, we're trying to help you out here a little bit. All right, we appreciate everyone's patience. So at this point, we've returned from a brief comfort break. So a couple things. In speaking scheduling-wise with the applicant's attorney, rather, what we're going to do is this. The board is going to continue asking its questions at the next meeting. We're going to give the floor to the parties who would like to ask questions tonight and do not want to come back at the next meeting. And we will provide the opportunity for public comment tonight. If anyone wants to make their public comment tonight and doesn't want to come back the next time around, that's fine. A few scheduling items. Apparently, the applicant's team in its entirety cannot be here at our June 23rd meeting. So we are going to continue it after tonight to the July 28th meeting. So it'll be July 28th will be the new night. And at that meeting, it will be the applicant and their entire team, including their traffic engineer, who will be here to answer questions. And at that time, the board will pick up on its questions and we will conclude our asking at that point. If anyone here plans to be back July 28th, beautiful, wonderful. You will have your opportunity to make public comment, or if you're a party, to ask any questions you have then. If anyone cannot, let me put it this way. I know everyone's been waiting here for how many hours? I understand. We still have a very full room. If anyone cannot make it back in July, you can ask your questions tonight or make public comment tonight. And obviously, there's going to be opportunity for anybody. I would just ask that everyone try to be courteous in making sure that the time is well utilized here, the little we have left before it gets too late. The only other thing I'd like to say, I know that there's a number of parties out there. There's some of you folks want to go home. That's fine. Anyone who wants to go home, no big deal. And if you're a party, you can come back in July and ask questions. If you leave your email with Josh, and I know that a few of you have given your emails, if you did not and would like to leave your email, I will be sure to email copies of all the exhibits to the parties. Okay, so if you gave me your email, you're going to get it. If you didn't, give it to Josh before you head out. So with that, we're going to continue this matter right now. The board is going to hold off on asking further questions. There are a few parties, and again, just so everyone is aware who we're talking to here, we have Fatima Liberato, Avian and Antonio Craig, Sonia, Neptune, Daniela, I apologize, I'm saying that wrong the whole night. Daniela, Miss Espinal, Wesley Long, Denise Long, Stephen Richardson, and Guy Edmondson.
I'm going to have them trip.
Oh, perfect. And Deborah and Jamel Ben Salah. Okay, you are the parties who are able to ask questions. So I'm going to open the floor up to any of you who would like to come up and ask the applicant's team questions tonight. I just want to say one thing. While everyone has the right to ask questions, please, if someone else before you has asked a question that you had in mind, don't feel like you have to re-ask it. All right, because we want to try to make sure we're getting new information that's going to help everybody here in the room. So with that said, I saw it firsthand. There you go. Yeah, that's great. I think that's a good idea. So, sir, if you don't mind coming over here to the right, or your left, rather, and then the applicant and their team will answer over there. Please, sure, have a seat. You're just asking questions. You don't need to be sworn. You can have a seat or you can stand next to the microphone, whichever works.
You got to real close to your mouth.
Green button.
No, it says push.
See that
Just do me a favor. Okay, now do me a favor, introduce yourself, then you can ask whichever question you like, and whichever member of the applicant's team that they think is the better person to help answer the question, they'll do.
Okay, you can hear me now, right? My name's Wesley Long. I purchased my house on South Fairview Avenue.
Well, so Mr. Long, and
Yes.
this is where it gets a little confusing, our process.
Just the questions?
Just the questions. You're going to have a
Right.
chance.
To the owner, I'm glad that you bought the property back in 19, okay? Obviously, you were unsuccessful. You were thinking of putting apartments there and so on. You couldn't get it passed. Glad you found a workaround that's now going to pay you from the government and everything else so you can achieve your goals as a good businessman. That's what you're looking for, correct? Okay? You're a wonderful architect also, Mr. Architect. You did a beautiful job. Your plans are beautiful. They're great, okay? And Mr. Lawyer, okay, you did a great job stringing things on, but I didn't see anybody address one thing for the people of Upper Darby. Not one thing.
Right.
Talked about everything else. Could you
Miss-
tell me how are you going to improve Upper Darby Township by this? Or are you just going to make this, stay there for a couple of years, make a great profit and sell it?
Hello? Okay, you can hear me very well. When you look at the statistics shows that
Statistics don't live
Hey,
here.
Mr. Long, you have to let me answer the question if you're
All
going
right,
to
I'm
ask it.
sorry.
statistics shows that people are living longer than they used to live, and there's a possibility that a lot of us are going to end up in facilities like this when we get to that age. I have my mom right now that lives with me that has Alzheimer's and dementia, and I never knew that there would be a time that my mom, who was a very, very outspoken person, would be in the format that she is today. Thank God I have my sister who is an attorney. She's a lawyer by profession, and she resigned her job just to take care of my mom. Okay, so it's the services that will eventually benefit one or few of us in this community. As more and more people are selling their homes, needing assisted living and moving into retirement homes. I hope that answers your question.
Can I comment on any of that?
You can ask another question.
I
You'll
can.
have your opportunity to make public comment later or next hearing if you'd like to make a formal presentation of evidence.
I'll reintroduce myself to everybody next time, and then I'll be back. 'Cause
Appreciate it. All right.
None of us are leaving. None of us are leaving.
And the next meeting is July 28th, in case anyone also would not like to to stay. I understand. All right, ma'am?
Bryce, real quick, could I just ask for Fatima Liberato and Avion and Antonio Craig? I just need emails from you guys. If you could just raise your hands, I'll come over to you.
Perfect. Ma'am, do me a favor, introduce yourself and
I don't have to hit a button? Okay. My name is Denise Long. I've been a resident for 41 years. I have quite a few questions. So what's the approximate square footage of the one bedroom and two bedroom?
The one bedroom's between 600 and 650 square feet, and the two are around 800 square feet.
Okay. I understand that these people are going to be part of a process that they have to be approved by the state or the government to be allowed to live there, basically.
No, the services is pretty much provided for people who are in the waiver services. They are low income, families. So the criteria for the approval by the government is one of the government is not approving you to stay in the accommodation. They're only approving you to obtain services. You can obtain the services anywhere you want. So we are just providing opportunity for people who are approved to be able to utilize our services and our accommodation.
What guarantee do you have for us that this will always be an over 55 assisted living building?
Well, that's part of the conditions that we are going to part of the condition of our
So no
project.
guarantees.
No,
Real
there's
quick,
guarantee.
hang on
Yeah,
real quick.
definitely.
I know this is a question for you, but I think I can kind of cut to the chase. So the relief that the applicant is requesting is specifically for this, this senior residential use.
Correct.
So that will be the only, if when the board votes on this, if the board were to approve it, that would be the approval. So if another applicant in the future wanted to change that to, let's say, just standard apartments without any age restriction, they have to come back before this board to seek relief. So that's how that works, just so you understand.
Thank you. Is there any guarantees that Highland Park residents will get first preference?
Why not? If you are already in the community and you qualify, now
How
remember.
about Upper Darby residents?
Right. If you qualify, why not?
If you fit the criteria,
You meet the
you would
criteria.
be taking
Right.
over somebody that lives in Philadelphia.
That's correct.
Okay.
Right.
If the residents mainly are going to be assisted living, having a mother-in-law who passed away with dementia, and we had assisted living 24 hours a day at our house, how can you guarantee the residents won't wander off?
That's why they have caregivers.
But you can't guarantee that I will have a caregiver.
No, you have to have a caregiver to live there.
No. You're saying your company doesn't have to be one, but you can't guarantee. It's not by hour, it's by hours. So if somebody only has 4 hours of caregiving.
But if you have dementia, you're going to get 24 hours by default. My mom has dementia, she gets 24
What
hours. Right.
My point is that you can't guarantee
Ma'am,
that every person in this building will have caregivers with them 24 hours a day.
You're not going to get 24 hours if you don't have dementia or you don't have serious physical disability. If
Who
you have,
determines what the serious disabilities are?
well, one of the conditions for 24 hours care is definitely dementia and Alzheimer.
Again, there's going to be 52 apartments. Who's to say I'm not eligible to be in your apartment, so my husband moves in and has a car? We have a one-bedroom.
No, well, again, it's part of the proviso that we are requesting for, that the residents cannot own a car. It's part of the proviso. So if you are coming in and you say, I have a car, and they will say, no, you don't qualify because we are not allowed to have.
Okay.
First of all, we also not providing services to people who have the capability to drive. If you're driving, then you don't need to be there.
Understood, but if I can't drive, if I have the services and I'm married, my husband can live in the apartment with me.
Not really, because most of the apartments are they're single family.
Affordable leasing.
Now getting argumentative. And let me address your concern.
microphone, please.
We've stipulated to the condition, if we're granted approval by this board, that no resident will have a car. Similar to what you see in university settings, no freshman has a car. So it's a matter of the lease contract, and it's a matter of enforcement. You have a zoning officer that will likewise enforce the terms of the covenant.
Okay, moving on, will there be 24-hour maintenance on the building, or somebody there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days for the maintenance of the building and security of the building? We have a daycare facility right across the street. Will there be somebody there all the time? Not your employees of the apartment complex.
Yeah, if it's necessary. If it's necessary to have somebody there, then there will be somebody there. Again, senior living facility is nothing new in the United States. It's all over. Where I live in Glen Mills, we have at least 5 senior living communities around me. It's not a threat to any one of us. You have the Mary's Grove, you have this.
I'm worried about the residents as well as us. If there's a fire in the building.
Ma'am, questions only.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. In the case of emergencies, smoke or carbon monoxide alarms, will the residents be able to safely evacuate the building without assistance?
All that is part of the construction of the building. The building is going to be handicapped. It's going to be accessible building. And so those are part of the construction.
Okay. How do you How do you know that the aides will not have cars? All of my aides have cars. My next door neighbor's house has an aides, and all of them have cars. How can you guarantee that?
Well, majority of my caregivers does not drive, so we know.
Well,
that
but that's three,
Ma'am, you need to let him answer the question.
Majority of my caregivers does not drive.
Okay. What about the plans for the deliveries for medical supplies, for the occupational therapist, the physical therapist, the caseworkers, all the other services it entail? They all drive vehicles to get there. What's the plan for that?
Well, remember, we at least have 21 parking spots. We have at least 21. It's not completely without parking, so there's still parking spaces there. Okay.
For 52 apartments, correct?
And then most other places where such services are being provided without parking, at least, they still function without parking. So this has at least 21 parkings.
For 52 apartments?
Right.
Okay. During the construction phase, where do you plan on storing your equipment?
Again, we are talking about 22,000 square feet.
Okay. I can speak to that. The site has enough clear space that laydown and staging can all happen on site.
Okay. And again, how will this project benefit the community?
Well, I believe that question has been asked and
Okay.
answered.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to ask questions tonight? I see one hand over there. All right. Good evening, ma'am. Do me a favor, sit down and introduce yourself, and then you can use this opportunity, as the prior parties did, just to ask questions. You'll have a chance later to make your statement.
Hello, everyone. My name is Daniela. I live currently here in Upper Darby.
What's your last name?
Espinal, Espinal. All right. I wrote them down. I'll try to be as organized as I can without taking much of everyone's time, because we have been here for a while. All right. My first question is about the traffic pattern explanation. Can you explain why you chose the traffic flow that you chose that sends cars into Pennock Avenue, then into Lenox, and then into Fairview, instead of keeping all of the traffic on Chester Pike?
I think the intent, if we were in fact have parking minimize impact, it had to be at the back of the building. And once that decision was made, then the driveway had to be there too.
The driveway, there's a driveway behind the building?
Yes.
Okay. My next question, and this concerns the two-way safety, specifically on Lenox Road. All of these roads, Pennock, Lenox, and Fairview, they're all two-way streets, right? Cars go both ways. How do you expect two-way traffic, excuse me, to safely move through Lenox Road when, specifically on Lenox Road, there is parking on both sides of the street and it's a two-way street? How it is now, it's a two-way street, parking on both sides of the street, only one car can pass at the same time.
Excuse me, Mr. Spencer, we have a traffic engineer.
Yeah, so here's what I would say. If your architect's able to provide some detail, we understand that your traffic engineer will be here in July, but just in case if certain individuals or parties are not here in July and want to try, if you can answer it, feel free. If you can't, I understand.
I mean, I'm not a traffic engineer either. I just have safety questions.
I'm not sure how Lenox Road figures into things. So the driveway goes from Pennock to Fairview, or it could go the other way, whatever,
I feel like it's the same concern, whichever way it goes.
Right.
All two-way streets, but my main concern is on Lenox. Lenox, there's parking on both sides of the street. It's a two-way road, but only one car can move at a time. So how's that gonna happen? How are cars gonna move efficiently through Lenox Road? I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I think what the applicant's architect is saying at the moment is that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you're envisioning traffic to come off Westchester Pike, go into the site, and then come back out, back onto Westchester Pike.
That's right.
To the extent if it goes deeper that, or if we want something specifically regarding another nearby road, your traffic engineer will be here in July. Is that
correct?
Our understanding?
Yeah.
So that's the answer they have now, but obviously they're going to be better equipped to answer that in July. I think that's kind of what you have to take on that point, for better or for worse tonight.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have more questions. I don't think I'll be here, off the record, I don't think I'll be here for the next meeting, but I feel like that's a big concern for the people in that community, especially with so many kids around. Back to questions. All right. Also, most of the questions I have are about parking and the flow of traffic, at least for now. But can I ask them now so they can be on the record, since I cannot be back here next visit, like next meeting?
How about I'll do you one better? If you email those to me, and I will email you after tonight, and if you have any specific questions, then we will make sure that
I
those.
say them out loud just in case they might be able to answer me.
Sure.
All right. Again, on Lenox Road, there's limited visibility. What is the plan to address the limited visibility on Lenox Road when drivers already struggle to see around parked cars? When you come off of Fairview and you make a right, there is a stop sign there, but however, Fairview is not a straight
Ma'am,
road.
we're getting really deep into traffic questions.
Okay, all right, all right,
I think
all
it
right.
might be better to just email me copies.
All right, I will be emailing them.
And I will make sure that those are asked of the traffic engineer in July.
All
Don't
right,
worry.
maybe a question not about,
Can I clarify? We can't do off-site improvements at your request.
I know.
We can do the improvements contiguous to our property.
that makes sense. I just feel like,
If there are limitations to site or something like that, and again, we don't believe, you'll talk to the traffic engineer, but we don't have the legal right to go to Lennox and do anything.
but that is the plan of like people, visitors, whoever visits this building, flow of traffic that you guys are proposing for people that visit this building to follow.
Everyone, sorry, we're getting into back and forth here, and technically it's question and answer.
Next question. How will ambulances and medical vans safely navigate around the neighborhood when, again, limited parking, limited visibility?
Ms. Espinola, sorry to say, we're still in the traffic engineer
We're still in
territory.
traffic. All right, how are ambulance safely going to navigate our neighborhoods and the building itself?
Still in a traffic engineer territory.
What about the noise of the ambulances, different times at night, during the day and night?
Almost anything involving vehicular movement is more so for a traffic engineer.
It's all traffic with me.
Well, and that's
my
why,
main
look,
concern.
and again, I'm not trying to cut anybody off. I just think that let me put it this way, if you send me all of those questions, I will make sure that the traffic engineer addresses that when we're back here in July.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to be sending you, along with all the other parties, an email with the copies of the exhibits tomorrow. So you'll have my email, and please send me whatever, and we'll make sure those questions are addressed. I'm sorry I don't mean to steal your thunder.
No. We have been here for quite some time, so I understand. All right. I guess I will have to come to the next meeting for the traffic person to answer my questions. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much. Is there any other
Yes,
party?
please, can I please get a proxy to ask questions?
I will happily service your proxy through your email. Is there any other party who would like to ask questions tonight? All right, seeing none. So at this point, is there, Miss, thank you very much. At this point, obviously we're almost at 11 o'clock. We will open this up to public comment for anyone who is here. Sorry, yes, ma'am, you have some.
Lenox Road is directly parallel to Chester Pike. It's on the north side.
Lennox is on the north side of.
All right, everyone, you're
I think that's
making the
for me
court reporter's
personally.
life crazy here.
I will be stepping out.
Not a problem. And like I said, any questions you have, just email me.
I will.
Sounds good. No problem. All right, so at this point, we're going to open this up. Hold on, sir. We're going to open this up for public comment. I've got you. Don't worry. So we're going to open this up for public comment. Everyone, real quick. So I want to make sure that everyone can hear this. Hold on. If anyone I would like to give precedence for anyone who cannot be here in July. Then if there's anybody else who wants to make public comments tonight, no big deal. You'll have the opportunity then. But if you want to make it now, not a problem. So when you get up to the podium, do me a favor, introduce yourself to the court reporter, be sworn in, and tell the board what your opinion is or your thoughts are, good, bad, or indifferent. Sir.
My name's Spiro Pappas. Spero Pappas, Pappas. Yes. My main concern is we keep on hearing from Upper Darby Township how inadequate our sewer system's really antiquated, and our sewer system's already ready to bust, and so that's what we hear about, and I don't think this building might be able to handle our with 52 apartments. That's my main concern. How is our sewer system going to handle this? And another thing is delivery services and trash. Most of the trash is companies coming early in the morning, and they'll make a lot of noise emptying those dumpsters and everything like that. So that's my comment.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you staying. All right. Anyone else would like to make public comment this evening?
So people want to know if you talk now, you're allowed to talk in July.
You can. Okay. Now, I will also say, though, that please be courteous of people's time.
Absolutely.
It's 11 o'clock.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Joanne Namavong. I'm going to try and be really fast. I bought my house in 1993, raised five children here.
Be a little slower because you breast take everything down. I appreciate it. I completely understand.
Okay.
I do.
All right. So I bought my house 33 years ago in 1993. I raised my five children here. It's paid off, and I want to leave. I want to stay here, and I want to leave my house to my kids. But a project like this will most likely be something that will cause me to have to figure out how I can afford to move out of this area. I am against this project. Am I too close? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. So to see if I would be able to figure out how to afford to move out of here. So I'm 100% against this project for a lot of reasons. And I'm going to shorten this from what I have. Parking, we've talked about parking, and I have the same concerns everyone else has. But the one thing I want to mention is when it's stated that caregivers do not earn enough to have cars, that is absurd and it's condescending. And honestly, if you're not paying your providers enough money to afford a car, then we have a big problem. Secondly, legality. So this whole project was originally presented as a independent senior living 55 plus. And then I heard the applicant say it's going to be mostly dementia and Alzheimer's patients, which to me says that's not independent living at all. And although they own both the property and the care service company. Sorry. Can you still hear me? Okay, sorry. They own both. And they're saying that they don't have to use their services. In Pennsylvania, they regulate what they call personal care homes. And this sounds to me like a personal care home that would require other regulations, require a kitchen, require all sorts of things that it doesn't sound like they're going to have. And I'm worried about that. I'm mostly worried, though, about if it's really mostly Alzheimer's and dementia patients, I'm worried about their safety. I'm not even so much worried about me. I'm worried about their safety. Because if they're not the way, if it was said 18 to 20 people at a time for caregivers, and we have 52 units of mostly people that need really 24-hour care, I think that's a huge problem. I'm not going to talk about sewer and store management. I'm going to talk about overpopulated. We are so highly overpopulated right now, we can't handle any more people in this area. The building height, that's a problem for me because people, it's going to overshadow people. I'm worried about the people that live right next door. I know you said you're putting a fence in, but the fence is not going to block the people on the 4th story from looking down into their homes. Privacy issue, that's a privacy issue. And I'm sorry, with all due respect to current architectural practices, and I know it's probably a current building trend, this building to me looks like a prison, decorated like the Brady Bunch kitchen. Property size. You stated that it was originally 125 by 250 and that Westchester Pike took over 125 feet. Delaware County Public Access records show the property as 90 by 250, not 100. So I'm wondering why this site was chosen when it's so small. It can't handle a property that size. And honestly, like this is about a half an acre. And where the applicant lives in Glen Mills, those properties are almost a half an acre. Is he proposing to put any next door to his house? Like, why are we putting it here? But I think I know because it's government subsidized housing. And I understand the need for people to have help in housing, but to me, it seems like we're doing we're not doing something that would be more suitable on that property, like a small retail store or a small business, a couple storefronts, something like that, because they're not going to be subsidized. And why 4 stories? You need more subsidies. So again, I'm very upset by this. I feel that we're having wealthy investors come into my just barely affordable neighborhood, impacting my way of life and my peace of mind, and exploiting me because I am an easy target. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I also had a concern with, sorry, it's Justine Mays, sorry. Mays? Okay. Yes, so my biggest concern is the security. No one talked about how are we gonna, if there are gonna be Alzheimer's and dementia patients, they definitely are considered flight risks in any place you go. My mom was in a facility, she did not have Alzheimer's or dementia, but she did have a brain injury from falling. However, one of the biggest issues were patients able to get out and escape onto Lansdowne Avenue. This is a different facility, but what is going to happen to mitigate all that? If we are having patients that could possibly escape if there's not extra security and they're escaping on a main road like Westchester Pike, what's going to happen to help mitigate those type of risks with people getting out? Is there going to be a gate that will self-close? What's going to happen? Because they can just walk out into Westchester Pike, and you know how fast that traffic can go at times, especially early in the morning, because it's probably going to be a 24/7 facility. If there's going to be Alzheimer's and dementia patients, they need 24/7 care. And on the Alzheimer's and dementia patients, I'm not really certain. Is it going to be all of them or anyone with any type of injury? So it's going to be 55 plus period, right? That's where I got confused. So, right, the 55 plus period,
That
right?
is the request, yes.
Okay, so this has nothing to do with people who had a very bad injury and they need assistance, whether they're under 55, right?
If any relief is granted, and again, I don't know what the
okay, gotcha.
It's senior only.
Okay, and if these people need 24/7 care, then there needs to be kitchens. Just piggybacking off another resident, there needs to be kitchens. I'm assuming the health service. There's going to be health codes that are going to need to be for this facility, because if you're making food and preparing food for people who are not able to do so themselves, then there's going to be that risk of, possible rodents. I hate saying it like that, but the bigger facility, the more likely we're going to see more rodents. And that could be a problem to that neighboring community, all of us, because it's pretty residential around there as well. Sorry, I don't want to take too much time. And also I talked about the traffic a little bit, mostly with the construction vehicles. I understand you guys said it's big enough to hold the construction equipment, but if you are going to possibly be knocking down this building and putting up a new building because it has to be 4 stories, 4 stories, that's pretty big, and that's pretty big construction equipment, and that's going to take up a lot of space, and that may cause road closures, road blockages, and we already don't need that on Westchester Pike. So, what else is my comment? I said the rodents. Yeah, and also I understand that assisted facility has to go there. I understand it could be people who are lower income, that's fine. But I also had an issue with people who are caretakers getting paid only $13 an hour. And we are just sitting here just talking about these people's pay and them not being able to get reliable transportation. I find it to be it's like a Black Mirror episode happening right now, that we're talking about people in abject poverty. They're just gonna be taking public transportation to work every day, which is that's not bad. I'm just saying that in terms of the parking, and we're only paying these people a certain amount of money when we're trying to bring jobs here, if that's, part of the reason why we want this facility here to bring jobs, can we at least bring well-paying jobs? $13 an hour in this economy, really? That's what we want to pay people? And the fact that you're just saying, like, people are just saying that with glee in their face, and I understand Pennsylvania is $7.25 an hour, I get that. But really? And then, yeah, I think I'm done. Who's next?
Thank you very much, ma'am.
So my name is Sean Hamden. I'm a resident of South Pennock Avenue. And just to piggyback off of what everyone said, security is my main focus with this building going up. As the mother of a 14-year-old child that actually walks home from one of the major school systems in the area, we have St. Lawrence, we have Highland Park, we have Beverly Hills, we have Upper Darby School District. All of these kids are walking around at any given time, especially between the hours of, say, 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. when they're all getting out of school. So safety is definitely a concern of mine, especially when you say you're having this parking garage, this underground parking garage. I certainly don't want my daughter walking past that. We've never had that before in our neighborhood, and I certainly wouldn't want my daughter walking past that for safety reasons. So I'm hoping you would definitely consider that. You have kids as young as 7 or 8 walking to Highland Park, and you may look a little bored. I'm sorry that I'm boring you, but I mean, I'm definitely trying to prove a point here. You have kids that are like as young as 7 or 8, little kids walking to Highland Park because that's the only option that they have at that time because their parents have to work. So nobody has taken into consideration any of the security issues that we have with protecting the children of our community. So, hopefully you'll take that into consideration, when you're thinking about this project.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Laura Wentz again. Thank you for letting us speak, and I know we're running really late. I did have some questions. I was a little confused on the numbers. They were saying that the residents would be receiving $1,350 a month. I'm just not understanding how much of that goes to the rent for living in that space, renting the unit. So I wasn't sure, it was $1,350 going to the renting of the unit, or they're expecting the government to cover the cost of them living there completely. My other concern is about when they were talking about the caregivers. So they provide a caregiving service, but not every resident living there has to use their caregiving service, right? Personally, when my mother was sick and ill and so forth, her healthcare plan did not provide full-time 24-hour caregiving service. You got 4 hours and especially when she was in hospice, it was 4 hours every 3 days or for 3 days a week. So to think that everyone's health care that they have would provide them with the 24-hour care, that's not true. It's not, and the healthcare situation is changing every day. Some people don't have health care. So if they're in this situation where they do qualify for the waiver and they would qualify to live there, that doesn't guarantee that they're going to have healthcare caregiver coverage through their health care for 24 hours a day. So my aunt was in lived at Waverly, which is senior living situation, but they had a certain section that was for those with dementia and Alzheimer's and so forth, and they were secured into that space. And in that space, there was a dining room for them to eat at and things like that, and activities and all that. I'm concerned about the caregivers providing the food. Where does the food get cooked? How is the food being made as individuals for individual people? It seems very confusing. And I realize that I'm rambling, but all my questions are kind of based on the information given this evening, where it started off as assisted living, but then it's sounding more like a nursing home for Alzheimer's and dementia patients, which is very different, and the care for them is very different. But to treat them all as individuals and to think they'll all have 24-hour coverage of a home caregiver, it's very unlikely. And I do share the concerns. Some of them are going to drive. This is Upper Darby. There's no train. There is a train at Parkview, but it's a bit of a hike. I know because I walk it. From my house, I walk to 69th Street hundreds and thousands of times. And quite frankly, it's quite a hike. So unless you're catching the bus, but what if you can't catch the bus, right? I get motion sickness. I can't ride the bus. I have to take a train. So the assumption that people won't be driving to work, I think is a poor plan. And the people who are going to suffer for it are the residents of Upper Darby. And that's my biggest concern. I think that we would love to have something in that space. I am very concerned that I don't remember when the impervious percentage went from 70% to 80%, but it used to be 70%. So I'm a little confused. I'm just finding out today that it's at 80%, which is very concerning to me. So that's a concern. I just don't know when that happened. I do request that if along that fence line with the residents, with the driveway and the residents' homes, to also add trees. The reason why I'm asking for that is it'll help with the noise change, and as the trees grow, it would give them more privacy from a 45-foot property where you can't make a fence that high, but trees do grow. And it would give them more privacy, and it also provide more oxygen, as well as, all the other great things that come with trees, and they would help to drink all the rainwater. So those are basically my concerns. And a lot, and also I didn't see the plan, so I it's kind of funky. So thank you, appreciate you guys.
Thank you very much.
Becky Duggan again. I'm just going to be really quick. Is this just a recommendation to the applicant? It sounded like that the lawyer said one thing and the actual owner said something different. So perhaps they can get together and get their ducks in a row and figure out what they really want to have on this property, because it came across like they want to say anything just to get it approved. So I would recommend that the applicant and the lawyer use the same wording. One says assisted living, one says everybody's got independent living, one says dementia, one says everyone's going to be on their own, no one's going to drive because they're too poor, they're too sick. So either they're independent living and they could drive a car, or they're all too sickly and can't drive a car and need 24-hour service, and that's not independent living. So that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any additional public comment for this evening, understanding that we're going to be back in July?
If I can have 2 seconds.
Sure.
Because there's concern because of misunderstanding a lot of this. The residents are not, there is no health condition for a resident. You will have some residents that do not require any type of medical or care assistance. You will have some that may, and you may have some that might be on the continuum of needing greater care. But the income limitation is there's an income limit of $1,300 and some odd dollars a month to qualify for this housing. It's income based, but the health care and health services are an independent issue. You can have a 50-50 mix. You can have an 80-20 mix where 80% do not need certain types of health care. So I just wanted to correct that misconception before we leave tonight.
Thank you very much. Everyone, we really, truly appreciate your patience and you working with us tonight. So with that, one question, counsel, just making sure your client agrees to the waiver of any requirements for within the MPC or local ordinance to allow this hearing to be continued until the July 28th, 2026 zoning hearing board date. Is that correct?
That is correct. Off the top of my head, 908, 6 or 7, something like that, for the 45-day period.
You get closer to me with the section. I appreciate it.
We certainly waive that, and we'll see you in July.
Sounds good. Board, at this point, I believe a motion to grant that continuance would be appropriate.
I like, second that motion.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you very much. The hearing will be continued until the July 28th zoning hearing board date. Again, we appreciate everyone's time, attention, and patience tonight. At this point, I think a motion to adjourn would be appropriate.
Make a motion to adjourn.
All right.